Bum ba-dum bum. Bum bum ba-dum bum. Bum bum ba-dum bum. I'm a little late. I'm sorry about that. I was uploading a short of a video that's not been uploaded yet. Whoops. Oopsie! So I was a bit late. For no reason. But hey, that short's ready for when that video drops. Which I'll just guess I'll drop it tomorrow. It is what it is. It is what it is. And it's a funny short too. Nice. Alright. We're chilling like a villain. Mick a villain. Mick Dillon. Probably gonna do one of my segments while we're playing Factorio. It's a bit of a longer one. It's gonna be good. Let's open up the game. Switch this out. Oh. Begin the hiccups. Just a little hiccup. There we go. Yes, yes. Computer hiccups. I understand. We're loading a lot of stuff right now. You'll be fine. Oh, I guess we're also at 450 followers. Yay, we did it. Doing it. Yay. We're getting closer and closer to 300 on YouTube as well. Hell yeah. Climbing. Moving. Love that for me. Ugh. Ag. In any case. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Right. Let's finish this damn planet. That's what I want to do. It's time to make some science. Okay, we're also making special ammo. And based off of what Talendar said, it turns out, this amount of energy production is actually kind of bad. I think I agree with them. We should not have this much, I think. Because yeah. This has grown quite a lot very fast. Max consumption 4 megawatts. That's without the modules and everything. We'll see how this goes. I think what I need, because I just need that fucking ship to be constantly moving with the methane. I think I just need to make a big storage bank of methane. I think I should be okay in terms of pollution for now. Just one nest. Shouldn't be that big of a deal. Why am I having containment breaches? What's going on? Okay, I think I have fixed the problems I've been trying to fix. I want that to be less than or equal to. One thing that I am curious, is this corrosive damage a differing kind of damage type? I'm fascinated by that. Oh, and based off of what was said by Talendar, yeah, I think the only way that we can probably more effectively make titanium dust is just build more forehead, because they are correct when they say that making dust is very cheap. Or not the dust, but making bacteria is pretty cheap. Double our production. Still not great, but gotta start somewhere. At least it'll constantly consume the bacteria that we keep making, so that's not too bad. Probably start thinking about making science. That's a lot of dead corpses. It's fine. How do I fix this? That should work. Just like that, the nutrients are flowing again. Okay, that should fix that problem. Yes, and everything that's hatching out of the eggs right now is just going to keep getting exterminated. It is what it is. No biggie. There we go. Another problem that I noticed and fixed. And without stone, we can't make purple science. Science is stopping. But this should fix that issue. Well, there's quite a few problems that need to be taken care of, it would seem. The stone is starting to flow again. That's good. Sage, the follow, I appreciate that, bud. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Scared the shit out of me. I was like, what the fuck is going on for a second? Oh, this cold patch just like lasted for forever. It lasted for so fucking long. I just not needed to get rid of it at any point in time. Not the prettiest, but it's fine. Gets the job done. This should be fine. All the burnt corpses are supposedly taken care of. Well, we just need more calcium sulfate now. That's why. Put the equal sign there instead of a greater than or equal to. Okay. Okay, this is the one where I want the fermentation bacteria on. Yes. Yes, it is. This thing seems a little loud. I need to kill the nests that are up here. Makes me somewhat curious, though. How do these new bullets function? Gives me time to experiment. Corrosive damage. I don't like, because I don't think corrosive damage is a damage type in this game. I believe it was made up explicitly by this mod. A mod creator can let me know if that's the case or not, because they have been commenting consistently on the VODs. I'm curious. Was the corrosive damage type created for this mod? Because I've never seen that one before. Because I know what it's just like these bullets are essentially supposed to be like a substitute for whatever the fuck thing. They're essentially supposed to be a substitute for, like armor-piercing bullets. That's the word I was looking for. Kind of. Except, you know, more biologically inclined. I mean, they're effective. They are killing the shit out of these fucking nests. They are doing a lot of big dig damage. Lots of damage. So it's effective, it works. That's like the vibe I'm getting from these things. It's pretty good though, I'd say. It's not bad. Right, let's start thinking about putting our shit together for science. Well, not 5, but 6 items necessary for the creation of science is crazy. Like 6 is a lot. I get it though. Okay, so your purpose, besides grabbing bioflux, yeah, besides grabbing bioflux is also for science. What's up, Bossum? How are you doing, buddy? Oh, you know, alright. Tired. I'm eternally tired. I'm just a very sleepy boy. Crazy how you ended up here, though. How'd you end up here? One must ask the question. Okay, engine pulse activated carbon. Algorithm gods are happy. You know, happens sometimes. Can't complain sometimes. I like it when the algorithm gods are happy. They are our Lord and Saviors, of course. We all must live and die by the algorithm, for the algorithm. That's what it is. For now. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about Zohran's pitch, basically. We're gonna be talking about some other stuff first before we get to Zohran. This is Factorio. It's a factory building game. You go on a planet, you exploit its resources, and sometimes the native population in order to make products. Specifically science. Daho, isn't that terrible? Yes, but we make a cool factory, so who cares? What's up, Trandy? I always go live. I'm just sometimes God's sleepiest soldier. Dope, where am I from? I am a humble Canadian. Originally born in Romania, but, you know, revolution happened there, and my parents were just like, we need to leave this shithole of a country. And, we left the shithole of a country that is Romania. And now I live in Canada. Which is, well, a shithole, but for other reasons. Well, so what's in the Discord? Oh, what about the Lickitung? Why are you saying that I was responsible for the downing of the Hindenburg? Huh? I'm so confused. All right, you're just gonna get hit with the schizo. That's some schizo shit right there, dude. Okay, sealant titanium dust going here. We have some goofy goobers in chat, being goofy and gooberish. We got some fucking goobers in chat. We got goober alerts. We got some fucking goob towns. Do I want to look at the European cities thing? You make me not want to look at it. Oh yeah, this thing? I didn't really get it. How many European cities can you name? You named 200. Which has with a total population of 137 million. Okay. I didn't get it. I was confused. Now Cringe Meets Mini is here. That says Boy Meets Mini, who's from California. Says Boy Meets Mini from California. Fake ass fucking libtard area. California. It's totally fake, folks. It's not real. California.
And he's trying to call me a libtard? Me, of all people, folks. Okay. Yeah, me, a libtard. Alright. If you say so, boy meets Minnie. What are you talking about? We all know that you're the most communist state on the planet, boy meets Minnie. You're incredibly communist. You're as communist as they get, boy meets Minnie. So communist, so communist! The most communist, let me tell you. So communist. But, listen, you're brown, so I wouldn't expect you to know about that, or something, whatever. That's just how communist you are. Yeah, listen, CEOs are all working class. Yeah, how did you not know that? Of course CEOs are working class, boy meets Minnie. Well, you didn't know that? Of course we're part of the working class. We work and we're in class.
I'm getting Labubu spam. Not the fucking Labubu. Not fucking Labubu.
Oh, we love Larry. Larry's he's a wonderful guy, folks. He's fantastic. He's very good. Let me tell you, folks. We love Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison. God, they really are calling me God's sleepiest soldier, folks. We all know how hard Larry works. I mean, he worked really hard for that TikTok deal, let me tell you. So hard for a TikTok deal.
Okay, this decision of putting these tanks here was definitely prudent. I should do the same for titanium. And for the titanium sludge, we're going to stick it right here. You know, I just had like this thought because I thought it'd be funny. What if Trump started watching anime? What if Trump became an anime enjoyer? Like he started watching.
Oh, I love Dragon Ball Z. I love Goku, even though he's an immigrant. But I love the way that he beats the shit out of people. You know, a lot of people say that I'm like Goku, and I don't know about that one, folks, but you know, I kind of have to agree. Maybe I am like Goku. Oh, wait, no, he's not an immigrant. He's Chinese. Well, I love China. One of my favorite places on the world. I love China.
He would probably watch My Hero Academia. Nah, he would, what's the most like flashy, stupid anime that's just like a slop, like nonsense fight slop? I mean, it would be. I mean, Dragon Ball is a good example of that. It would have to be the most sloppy toppy of fucking anime. Is the type of anime Donald Trump would watch. The most sloppy, most toppy, most clocky fucking shit on the planet. The most like, oh, we know your dumbass is a tourist anime from like a mile away type shit, you know? Where it's like, a dog, it's so fucking obvious that you're just a tourist. Like, why are you playing? Why did I plant a bunch of trees here? I don't know why I did that. Okay. Stack inserters in place. I think. That'll make things a lot more efficient. In terms of keeping belts clean. Right, all of this is in an effort to start to produce science. So it's time. Start making some science. All right. I definitely need more, oh, I definitely need more, shit, aka, boats. This time picking up titanium and methane. No, we seem to be fine on the methane. We need more titanium. Sludge, specifically. We'll make the buoys. Because we need those for signaling. We probably only need to make signal buoys. But we'll also make chain signal buoys if we need them. Ports. Okay. The rockets must have launched something, which is why we had a big spike in power usage there. Calciners. I like calciners. What other stuff do we want from our pal Pelagos? What else are we exactly wanting here? Okay, let's figure out how these buoys work. Oh, they spin! I had no idea they spin. That's cute. Okay, buoys. We need some extra tankers, and we also need a lot of barrels. Mark exactly the same as trend signals, eh? Okay, should be relatively easy to use these things then. Okay, fascinating. That's on scuffed looking buoy. Buoy. Okay, so that's what brings in the methane. That'll check to basically make sure there's a ship that's docked right there. Because we can have multiple ships on the same line. It's just that when they're stopped, they need to be able to check to make sure, like, oh hey, there's an asshole here. Let's not run into that guy. Let's not do that, because that is bad. That's about it. We should only need a couple of signals in order to do that. One here. One here. Because I do think that we definitely need multiple ships. So see, you're telling that there's something there, but there's nothing here. Perfect, fantastic. That's exactly what we want out of that. And then we just do the same thing. Right at the thing. We don't need to concern ourselves about the ammo ship. I don't think we need to, honestly. That is, I believe, unnecessary. Because we only need the one, I think. Because there's already thousands upon thousands upon thousands of ammo. Ready and stored. Perhaps a little further. That should be okay. There. Now this should be able to maintain at least 3 ships at a time. Merely just a matter of making the barrels for transportation. I'm starting queuing some research. It's making science now. How much do I want to push this tiny power grid we have? Because this is our current bottleneck. Let's just make... Not bad. Okay. Been about an hour. I think it might be ready. Time to talk about one of the topics du jour. Reason why I want to start talking about these is because I started a little late. And we're just waiting on some barrels to be made anyways. Ooh, I forgot to put some buoys over there. Silly me. I forgot to put buoys over there. It's important that I put some buoys there so I can have more ships. Silly me. Whoops. I'm gonna move the buoy. There. Because if I have one ship in here, I can have another one here, and another one will be like waiting right there. So yeah, there should be 3 per thing. First and foremost, we need this line to be fucking taken care of. In fact, it might be better for me to research this first, so then I can fit more barreling machines here. Maybe 3 rocket silos at once might be too ambitious. I need to cut back on those. Because I need to get this research going. Because those things aren't going to launch until they have a full capacity. I'll let my big guy get dropped off there first. Yeah, let my big man get dropped off, I think, first. I'm hoping with these, basically 3 at a time, that should be enough to satisfy demand, I hope. Okay. We're gonna use our personal ship to fill in the gaps for the time being. Because we need to get this science going. So we'll just do this all manually with this until the ship is ready. It's mostly spoiled, but it is better than nothing. Better to have us start than to have nothing whatsoever. Lovely. Oh, I need more barrels, need more everything. I just need more stuff. I just need more barrels mostly. Just need to finish off with the barrels. But I'm hoping the titanium sludge starts to flow in. No problemo. That is my hope. The signal buoy should be totally a-okay though. Okay, you dropped off your science. Back you come. What are you waiting for, puto? You're just doing your thing? Yeah, you're just doing your thing. You'll be fine. You have not had any problems for a very long time and are incredibly robust, so I'm not expecting any issues from Luna. Especially after all the constant fixes I made to this place. No power. Why is that? Hmm. I see. Okay, I see the problem here. Okay, we need these putos to be spinning back up. So a good thing about keeping these on a separate grid, in case these things are kaputski, the nuclear power plant will still work. In this case, in this scenario, right? Nuclear power plant was out of power because of this essentially being filled with a bunch of bullshit. Keeping the internal mechanism to keep the power plant going makes it such that there's no problems with any bullshit getting in the way. And just like that, we got all the bullshit out of the way, and now we are making nuclear power again. Now this is what we call good design. In the bitness. I think for the methane, I might need only one extra. Oh, good to see the buoys are working exactly as intended, though. I'm happy about that. Oh, you're almost done. Lovely. I'm glad to see the buoys are working as intended, though. So, that's good. If this is what my pollution cloud's going to be maintained at, then I think I'm okay with that. If it doesn't go any further than this, then that's fine. That is manageable. It's still within the more or less the confines of the whole factory area, so I think I'm okay with this. Yeah, those are probably going to spoil. That's okay. Just need more fucking barrels. Okay, I think it's time for me to start this fucking goddamn thing now. I keep saying I was gonna start it, but then again I started stalling and not wrapping it up, Domi. That's my bad. It's time to talk about some fucking bullshit. Perfect backdrop, too. Boy Meets Mini, we're gonna be talking about some of your favorite unks. Boy Meets Mini. Boy Meets Mini, some of your unks. Your unks. Yeah, your fave unks. Okay, let's turn this shit off. Lovely, lovely. Like this is how you jingle the keys to Boy Meets Mini, you know? It's like Boy Meets Mini, unks, your favorite fucking Brahmanite unks, and he's like, ooh, 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 unks, 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 dude, unks. That's funny.
Boy Meets Mini, I know how much you love talking about unks. Your favorite guys in the world. I know too well how much you like talking about these guys, Boy Meets Mini.
But anywho, well, let's get started with this shit. Well, this is not really unexpected whatsoever. This is pretty fucking expected. And it mostly pertains to these sort of further, I guess, mainstreaming of our favorite cosmopolitan gay Hispanic, Nick Fuentes, our favorite guy, of course. We love Nick Fuentes. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We actually fucking hate him. But it's one of those things where I don't think anyone should be really surprised whatsoever that a lot of the Indians that are seemingly pretending to be like Israelis or like I don't know, Deus Vult LARPers on the internet are seemingly having a tough time. We'll say tough time acclimating to the current environment that is being sort of pushed out there, specifically by the right. And we all know that these motherfuckers have been going after people like Vivek Ramaswamy and Usha Vance, right? With the whole recent Erica Kirk debacle, I guess for lack of a better term. Yeah, we'll call it a debacle. Where he was like hugging Erica Kirk, and JD Vance has talked about before how he wishes his wife was a Christian or some shit. It's fucking complete utter LARP shit with these motherfuckers. Like, JD Vance is an unironic, like, little groiper fascist fucking freak. And, same with, like, all these other, like, dumbass Christo-fascist dipshits. They're all in it for the money. None of these people have any actual fucking beliefs. Same with Vivek Ramaswamy. He's just looking to play to a fucking particular crowd. But the crowd that he's trying to play to hates his guts. Like, we'll get to like the fucking racism. Like, unironically, fucking Nick Fuentes, and we'll cover this once we get to the whole next set of individuals we're going to be talking about here, or individual rather. Has talked about how can JD Vance be a savior for the white race, for the white identity, if he married a fucking Jeet. And it should be fairly obvious what Fuentes means by that. Why the fuck are you race mixing, little bro? Because we all know, Fuentes, if there is one thing he is consistent on, is just his fucking racism. He is incredibly, incredibly fucking racist. This, our favorite sort of cosmopolitan homosexual, Nicholas J. Fuentes. He loves saying slurs about minority individuals. That's like his fucking favorite thing to do. He loves that shit. So, I mean, we shouldn't be really surprised whatsoever that he's just I don't know, they're willing to be incredibly fucking racist to people like Vivek Ramaswamy. Well, not just Fuentes, of course. This is not just a thing that's synonymous with Nick Fuentes. This is a thing that is synonymous with every far right individual that it currently occupies positions within, I would say, the fucking government. It's all of them. This is a sort of like consistent pattern of behavior, I guess, for like lack of a better term. Yeah, let's just go with it's a consistent pattern of behavior. Like, of course, these guys, these like the weirdo far right fucking freaks, would just be all incredibly fucking racist and incredibly fucking prejudiced to those that do not have white skin. Because again, the point of all of this for these guys, it is the ethno-nationalism overall. Like, that's what they truly fucking care about. It is about the fucking racism of first order fucking principles with these guys. Like, they want the fucking ethno state, man. And, well, you know, it doesn't matter, like, if you do the whole, like, song and dance of, like, oh, look at me, I'm such a good little Christian boy and everything. Look at how good of a Christian I am. That's not going to do anything. Like, unironically, with motherfuckers like Vivek Ramaswamy, he had Ann Coulter on his, I don't know, stupid dumbass podcast. And Ann Coulter, to his fucking face, said, like, I would never vote for you because you're Indian. Like, she just unironically, she just, like, said it. She just said that shit, and it's just like, well, that's pretty blatant. And, I don't know, obvious? Like, kind of duh. And yeah, he like you're saying, Boy Meets Me, he just, like, accepted it. He didn't give a fuck. He was just like, yeah, totally. And he just, like, cowered out like a little bitch. And it's just like, goddamn, he just fucking took that like a little bitch. It's crazy. So it's one of those situations where it's like, I'm not really surprised at all whatsoever that these guys, all these, like, I don't know, super based trad, like, I don't know, white identitarian types might have some problems with the fact that there are a bunch of Indians that are more and more so trying to become part of their movement. Same with Zionists, by the way. We all know about the fucking bot accounts on fucking Twitter talking about, look at all these fucking Indians and Pakistanis and shit, engagement, bot farming, and all this fucking bullshit, right? They're all over the fucking place on Twitter, especially because of Elon Musk's takeover and whatnot. He's only made the sort of I don't know, inevitability of this like way fucking worse. Yeah, Inevitable West, right? Like, that dude is an Indian. There's like another one called Vivid. Vivid something is also fucking Indian and shit like that. Like, these people are all just a bunch of fucking charlatans and fucking freaks. Like, we should not be really surprised by this under any fucking circumstance, that all these, like, dumbasses are just a bunch of, like, well, I don't know, like, racist, larpy fucking dipshits. But here's the fucking thing. No one on their side that they purport to be supportive of wants them. They don't want them. Like, nobody wants this, and it's causing a bit of a fucking schism, because there are people who have said, like, dog, we need to do something about the coalition. It's gonna fucking start falling apart, man. Like, it's not good unless we have a more broader coalition. And I mean, it sort of plays to how this is all just like liberal fucking fascists. It's all liberal fucking fascism with these people, right? Like, they're not willing to go whole hog more often than not, because to go whole hog in this particular instance, it means that you actually have to fucking stand for something, and you have to be willing to die for the cause. And here's the thing with all these fucking dumbass fascists and pundits and whatnot, and all these idiots who push the same old, tired, white nationalist fucking messaging, they don't have fucking skin in the game. They don't have the sauce. They don't actually want to do any of this stuff. They're like, fuck no, this shit ain't fucking worth it. I was just trying to make a buck, and that's it. All these motherfuckers are grifters, including Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes. So Ben Shapiro, similar to all these Indians that are trying to get into the sort of good graces of white nationalists and whatnot. Because again, this white nationalism and going after fucking Indians is what is in right now. Unironically, okay? Like, if you think otherwise, then you're on that fucking cope shit, okay? You're huffing that fucking copium pack. This is what is in right now. It is just, like, rather blatant fucking racism from these motherfucking people, right? That's the point. And it's one of those things where it's just like, I'm not really surprised by this whatsoever. This has been consistent. The point is the fucking white ethno-state for the end of these people. But if it also can sprinkle in some anti-Semitism at the same time, well, that's just a little treat. So Ben Shapiro, and this is a broader pattern of behavior that I've also talked about in the past as well, where we know as a byproduct of him being incredibly smarmy and Jewish, more specifically Jewish, that this motherfucker, Ben Shapiro, is not going to resonate all that well with the new far right, which is just a bunch of neo-Nazis. That's like what these young Republicans basically want. I mean, given the fact that their group chats fucking leaked, they were all incredibly fucking racist-ass dipshits. They want the fucking white nationalism. They want the racism. They like the fucking Hitler shit. Like, this sort of, I don't know, like, smarmy, loser-looking head-ass fucking neoconservatism and Zionism. If people don't want it anymore, they've had enough. So, guess what? Time for the inevitable sort of conclusion to happen, where it's just like, well, now it's time for everything to be all white nationalism and all fucking neo-Nazism. And you want to know, unironically, the thing that spurred this, I think, schism and really kicked it into fucking overdrive, unironically, I think the Charlie Kirk assassination. This stuff was already fucking brewing, but I think it's been getting worse and worse and worse, especially with the Trump administration being currently in power, especially going after stuff like H-1B visas, giving the permission structure for a lot of that stuff, but also simply due to the fact that nobody, and I mean nobody, wants any more of the sort of like liberal cringe ass like sort of fascism sort of bit. They want the fucking white nationalism. They want the white ethno state. They want the fucking racism. That's what these people want. But Ben Shapiro, in response to the I suppose rather viral episode of both Fuentes and Tucker Carlson having their, I don't know, Nazi fucking power hour, unironically, because again, I mean, we are talking about just a collection of fucking grifters and sycophants. The thing with Tucker Carlson is he is also a grifter. He's willing to just say anything at all in order to make some fucking money. Like, Tucker Carlson is a grifter. Nothing that comes out of Tucker Carlson's mouth, under any circumstance, should be broadly believed. Like, at all. He is a grifter through and through. And same with a lot of these other fucking conservative pundits. I think, like, even Nick Fuentes, to a certain extent, is also a grifter, because he will consistently shift his beliefs and ideology and what he thinks about certain things if it can have a particular goal or purpose be fulfilled for the time, right? So he'll, like, I don't know, play nice with certain minority populations if it is a politically efficacious position for him to do as such, and will do otherwise if it is not, because he doesn't believe in anything. So this is Ben Shapiro, who's been losing a lot of prominence because of the emergence of white nationalists and also, well, neo-Nazis generally speaking, and people just not being a big fan of the smarmy Jew neocon archetype. But yeah, Ben Shapiro here. No to groypers, no to cowards like Tucker Carlson who normalize their trash, no to those who champion them, no to demoralization, no to bigotry, and no to anti-meritocratic horseshit, no to anti-Americanism. Why don't we take a look at this?
Hey folks, I want to do something different on today's show. We're going to cover one topic in depth. That topic is, I think, the most important thing happening in the country. It's a hot topic.
Yes,
I want to take some time to really gather my thoughts and speak on it in coherent fashion, holistic fashion. That topic is the fragmentation of the political right. That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes. They call themselves the Groypers. They are white supremacists. They hate women, Jews, Hindus, many types of Christians, brown people of a wide variety of backgrounds, blacks, America's foreign policy, and America's Constitution. They admire Hitler and Stalin. And
Okay. Here's the because Ben Shapiro. Here's the thing with Ben Shapiro. Okay, he's not wrong when he says this stuff. He is correct because let's remind ourselves here real quick. He's not wrong about these positions. He's accurate in what he is saying. The problem is that he also hates these exact same fucking groups. It rings rather hollow because he too also fucking hates Jews, Muslims, Indian people, all of these fucking factions. He hates them all as well. So it's very intriguing to me that he's complaining about this shit in particular when it's just like, dog, you're no different than any of these people. You're just upset about the fact that there's a bunch of neo-Nazis, which was kind of I've talked about this before, I would say the rather inevitable conclusion of the Republican Party. Like, let's keep it a $1.50. Let's be quite honest here. This was always going to happen. It was inevitable. It was always a matter of if and not when. And like you said, Alex, yeah, this is also a broader sort of byproduct of Israel also falling in the fucking polls and people just being, well, let's be honest here, more and more openly fucking neo-Nazi and fucking anti-Semitic, which is not surprising because the Republican Party and conservatism has been, yet again, flirting with this fucking ideology. You know, I've talked about this before, but history has a very, very funny way of constantly rhyming, but never repeating. But it likes to rhyme quite often.
that splinter faction is now being facilitated and normalized within the mainstream Republican Party. The main agent in that normalization is Tucker Carlson, who is an intellectual coward, a dishonest interlocutor, and a terrible friend. And Tucker Carlson last week was aided, abetted, celebrated for normalizing Nazism within the Republican Party by the mainstay organization of the traditional right, the Heritage Foundation. Now, before we explain what's been happening.
Okay, so when I did my coverage on, terrible friend, by the way, extremely fucking cowardly. Because again, like, Tucker Carlson is a fucking grifter. He doesn't believe in anything. The only reason why he's dabbling in neo-Nazi conspiracism is just due to the fact that he is just a grifter and he's trying to play to a particular audience. Or, and I've heard this on the grapevine, I'm not going to count it out, could be potentially running for president in 2028. Let me go ahead and grab the Heritage Foundation, because I should have talked about this clip in the original normalizing of Nick Fuentes video, because this was something that was also put out relatively soon after that fucking podcast episode that they had. Here's the fucking clip in particular. So, Heritage Foundation, we all know, if we're talking about the abhorrence that is Project 2025, the people to blame are these motherfuckers right here. They are the guys to fucking blame. These dipshits. And in terms of like all these, like a lot of these like Supreme Court challenges to civil rights legislation and a bunch of other bullshit, these guys are the ones that you blame for all of that. They are the main sort of interlocutors for essentially wanting to destroy the fucking federal government in the state that is in the United States of America. It's these fucking guys. And we all know that, broadly speaking, the sentiments of the podcast that both Fuentes and Tucker Carlson had was both celebrated and also condemned by factions within the Republican Party. We've looked at the more neocon-y, like, moderate conservatives, like your Brad Plumbos of the world, for example. And also all the, like, neo-Nazi fucking freaks. But here's the thing. This is, like, mostly a social media battle. And who are the people that are going to be way fucking louder? It's going to be the fucking Nazis. Like, they're the ones who make all the fucking Sonnenrad edits and the other fucking bullshit. But What do we have here specifically from this Heritage Foundation fucking goon?
I'll have more to say on this in the coming
Kevin
days.
Roberts, that's what it is.
But today I want to be clear about one thing. Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic. And of course, anti-Semitism should be condemned. My loyalty as a Christian and as an American is to Christ first and to America always. When it serves the interest of the United States to cooperate with Israel and other allies, we should do so, with partnerships on security, intelligence, and technology. But when it doesn't, conservatives should feel no obligation to reflexively support any foreign government, no matter how loud the pressure becomes from the globalist class or from their mouthpieces in Washington. The Heritage Foundation
True,
didn't
is
become the
fake
intellectual
ass
backbone of the
Christian. I
conservative
agree,
movement
blame
by canceling our own people or policing the consciences of Christians. And we won't start doing that now. We don't take direction from comments on X, though we are grateful for the robust free speech debate. We also don't take direction from members or donors, though we are inherently grateful for their support. And we're adding more every day.
Yeah, globalist class. Like, you can already hear there's all the inherent sort of, like, dumb fuck, idiot fucking conspiracism already at work. Like, these guys they're all incredibly fucking anti-Semitic. They hate the fucking Jews. They hate them. Yeah, you can tell the Hitler particles are fucking coming off of these guys. Pretty fucking fierce. Like, that's not fucking ridiculous to say, Boy Meets Spinning. Yeah, you can practically smell the fucking particles from here. Like I've been saying before, these guys are Nazis. All of these guys are incredibly fucking far-right fucking freaks. And they'll do all the tropes and everything, and they are all incredibly fucking racist. Like, these people are charlatans. They are freaks. Nothing they say can be believed or fucking trusted under any fucking circumstance. They will lie about as much as they fucking breathe. So anything that they say should be taken with a grain of fucking salt. And they will often speak in highly coded fucking language.
This is the robust debate we invite with our colleagues, our movement friends, our members, and the American public. We will always defend.
Oh, also, yeah, by the way, I've talked about this before, but making Twitter be a free speech platform with no fucking TOS is a way to shut down free speech, to make free speech as ineffective as possible. But, you know, I've talked about that before.
And truth. We will always defend America, and we will always defend our friends against the slander of bad actors who serve someone else's agenda. That includes Tucker Carlson, who remains, and as I have said before, always will be a close friend of the Heritage Foundation. The venomous coalition attacking him are sowing division. Their attempt to cancel him will fail. Most importantly, the American people expect us to be focusing on our political adversaries on the left, not attacking our friends on the right. I disagree with, and even abhor, things that Nick Fuentes says. But canceling him is not the answer either. When we disagree with a person's thoughts and opinions, we challenge those ideas in debate. And we have seen success in this approach, as we continue to dismantle the vile ideas of the left. As my friend Vice...
Yeah, but he's like, here's the thing. None of these guys are actively challenging anything that Nick Fuentes is saying. Like, this guy is not actively challenging anything at all that Nick Fuentes actively believes in or says. Like, there is no fundamental challenge that's being raised here. They are just like, guys, can we just not be so blatant about being mask off right now? Like, we're kind of unpopular right now. It's not politically great for us at the moment. Like, can we just, like, relax a little bit with, like, the rhetoric and everything at the moment? Like, it's like, we're not in a good spot right now, politically speaking. Everyone fucking hates our guts. So it's just like, yeah, I wonder why in particular a lot of people might not be liking a lot of the things the Republican Party is pushing for. I couldn't possibly think of anything.
As President Vance said last night, what I am not okay with is any country coming before the interest of American citizens, and it is important for all of us, assuming we are American citizens, to put the interest of our own country first. That's where our allegiance lies, and that's where it will stay.
Yeah, so effectively just zero fucking pushback. Listen, I've talked about this before, but I do think to a certain extent that there should be a return with a V for fucking cancel culture, because goddamn, a lot of these motherfuckers need to be fucking canceled. They're bullshit. So, given the fact that that is what we've seen, like, clips of the Tucker Carlson episode. Yeah, it was just the fucking neo-Nazi fucking power hour. Like, it was just a bunch of, like, conspiracism, far-right fucking bullshit, because, again, that's what currently sells in the Republican Party right now. And that's, generally speaking, what's going to play best to social media, and what are the avenues and arenas that are for both, like, say, Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, where they make most of their bucks from. Where does their, I don't know, cheese get cheddared or some shit? I don't remember exactly how the saying goes. But where does their bread get buttered? Oh, it's online with a bunch of, like, far-right fascistic fucking freaks. Like, this is this is their main fucking audience. So you shouldn't really be surprised whatsoever that these guys are basically embracing more and more like far right fucking ideological bullshit. You shouldn't be surprised by this whatsoever. This was inevitability when the Republican Party started flirting with more further right-leaning ideologies and beliefs ever since the times of Reagan. Like, let's be quite honest here. But, back to our big boy over here, Ben Shapiro.
Let's make one thing clear. This is not about free speech or cancellation. It was never about free speech or cancellation. Free speech has a definition. The right to speak free of governmental coercion. I believe in it, of course. I've always defended it. Criticism of bad speech is, in fact, just a form of free speech. Cancellation also has a definition. Banning of particular people, including people like Nick Fuentes, from platforms like X or Facebook. I believe that Nick Fuentes is odious and despicable, but I've never called for his cancellation. And in fact, I've called for his restoration to those services, despite the fact that I think he's odious and despicable. It is not cancellation to draw moral lines between viewpoints. In fact, we used to call that one of the key aspects of conservatism. It is not cancellation to refuse to signal boost Hitler supporters like Nick Fuentes. It is not cancellation to criticize Tucker Carlson for rhetorically fluffing Nick Fuentes and other anti-American crackpots. It's not cancellation if you urge others to stop promoting those who rhetorically fluff Nazi apologists. Those are all.
So, because this is the problem with, like, people like Ben Shapiro. They have to pretend to be, like, these free speech fucking absolutists, when in reality, none of these people are free speech absolutists. It's all just it's all a canard for these people. Like, it's something titillating that sounds good on paper, but in practice, whenever they actually try to do it, they are liars. They actually do not ever fucking practice what they fucking preach when it comes to these supposed principles that they are holding. Like, none of these people actually care about fucking free speech. Like, it's a complete fucking shit show. Like, they don't believe in any of this fucking shit. It's all a fucking lie. And in reality, like, if the right wing can cancel people and are incredibly fucking cancel happy, like, very, very fucking often, it's just cancel happy for, like, leftist fucking shit. Though, like, they will go after you if you believe in, like, leftist to principles and ideas. Like, there's no scruples with these people. They are all, like, charlatans and grifters, which is why, like, he's not wrong with what he's saying, but the problem is that it rings hollow from him. Like, Ben Shapiro would cancel you if you were in support of BDS. 1000%. He would. It's just different fucking priorities from these people. And Ben Shapiro is going to talk about people being anti-Semitic and fucking racist. Ben Shapiro is also incredibly anti-Semitic and fucking racist himself. Like, he is a fucking rabid Zionist. And Zionists are all incredibly fucking anti-Semitic and fucking racist. So, it's one of those cases where it's just like, I mean, okay, you could say all this stuff, and that's fine and all, but it rings, like, rather fucking hollow when it comes from someone like you, Bubby. Like, this shit ain't passing the fucking smell test, my man.
Elements of free speech. And anyone who says differently is lying to you, and lying for the most cynical reasons, to misdirect from their own defense of those Nazi apologists and their promoters. The issue here isn't that Tucker Carlson had Nick Fuentes on his show last week. He has every right to do that, of course. The issue here is that Tucker Carlson decided to normalize and fluff Nick Fuentes, and that the Heritage Foundation then decided to robustly defend that performance. Those who criticize both Tucker and Heritage aren't canceling. They are quite properly drawing a moral line. So, for
this is, like, here's the thing, because you can't, like, this is a line that's impossible to draw. You can't draw this line. These are incongruent positions. You should not allow the existence of fucking Nazis and conspiratorial fucking freaks within your movement. That's a failed fucking movement, inherently speaking. Like, that's why I say that conservatism is, it's not gonna fucking survive. Like, this schism was something that was going to be inevitable, because we all know that these motherfuckers have been flirting with incredibly far-right ideologies for the latter part of, like, 4 decades at this point. Thanks, Ronald Reagan. They've been wanting this for as long as I can fucking remember. They've been wanting the fucking white ethno-state for quite a fucking while now. So it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, this shit's not gonna work out in the way that you think it is, because, dog, like, all of the people that you fucking simp for, all these, like, far-right fascistic fucking freaks, dog, they're gonna put you on the chopping block eventually, Bubby. Like, just like how they're trying to put, like, literally anyone with even the slightest of fucking brown skin, like Vivek fucking Ramaswamy, even though he'll like bend over and always like present for the fucking cameras for his like superior white fucking daddies. Like, this was inevitable, man.
For those who don't understand what's going on, let's begin with Nick Fuentes. Now, as I mentioned, last week, Tucker Carlson had on Nick Fuentes. Fuentes is a 27-year-old man who's dubbed himself the leader of a movement called the Groypers. He has a large audience of alienated young white men in particular, and he's earned increased media attention over the course of the past few years, especially over the last year. Now, from Tucker Carlson's interview, you might have gathered that Fuentes has some borderline views on race, a peculiar obsession with what he calls organized Jewry, and a rather sad relationship with the female sex. But probably you came away thinking that, for the most part, Fuentes lives on the radical edge of normality. You think that if you watch the interview, because Tucker Carlson decided that it was important not only to host Fuentes, but to smooth over his views, water them down, and make them far more palatable to a normal audience. As we'll discuss in a bit, this is what Tucker Carlson does for a living. But back to Nick Fuentes. To understand just what Tucker did here, we must actually examine what Nick Fuentes says on his show, and has said for almost a decade, because he was asked precisely 0 questions about any of what you're about to see by Tucker Carlson. Nick Fuentes says women want to be raped.
Are we getting a fucking clip compilation? Dude, that's so fucking funny. Wait, hasn't Ben Shapiro also done the exact same fucking bullshit for, like, lefty fucking women? Like, again, like, this is why, like, he's not wrong when he's saying this, but the criticism rings rather hollow coming from him. Because Ben Shapiro is also okay with all these exact same fucking things. But again, with, like, people like Nick Fuentes, he's willing to say all of the abhorrent, evil fucking shit with, like, a full chest. He's not going to be a fucking pussy about it. Whereas with all these, like, liberal fascist types, like Ben Shapiro, and a lot of people within these sort of, like, minorities within, like, the fucking MAGA movement, they're not willing to fucking go the full 9 yards in terms of wanting to be like, I don't know about all this white nationalism fucking stuff. Guys, can we just, like, push for, like, Heckin-based conservatorinoism? And it's just like, no, like, this is not what they want, man. Like, it's becoming more and more clear that if you want to be successful now within the fucking Republican Party, door's been opened, man. And it's been opened for a while. It's all about the fucking white nationalism, brother. Like, it's not happening, dude.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean, like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's, like, a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also, they have...
Oh, and real quick, so far, in terms of the best response to this, cowardly. Listen, I saw this from my boy Mehdi Hassan, and I'm just like, I have to get this. I just have to grab this, and he's exactly correct. Yeah, it's gonna be fucking cowardly.
Have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
Nick Fuentes says that his followers should kill, rape, and die in his name.
Raise your right hand. All right, everybody, raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I will kill, rape, and die for Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes says that women are whores who shouldn't be in politics.
I will continue my crusade against women in politics. Because it's always like this, and it's so ironic. Women are like, I don't like, when you say, I like it, you have to affect the face. When you say to repeal the 19th Amendment, that offends me. That hurts my feelings. It's like, have you ever stopped and considered that maybe if you get offended, there's such a strong emotional reaction to political opinions you disagree with across the board. Maybe that's one of the reasons why you shouldn't be making political decisions. I'm not attacking women. I'm attacking whores. You have no problems, right? I'm attacking whores. I'm attacking sluts, stupid, dirty bitches.
Nick Fuentes says that Jim Crow was actually better for black people.
It was better for them too. Number one, but number two, who cares? Who cares?
I mean, here's the thing. Yeah, Nick Fuentes is dog shit. But Ben Shapiro also believes in rather similar things. Like, this is not surprising. Ben Shapiro, in his decade of existence as a political fucking pundit, yeah, like, PragerU also believes in the exact same things. Thank you, Alex. Like, you've inoculated the broader sort of right wing and given the permission structure for all of these, like, thoughts and beliefs, buddy. Like, you had a part to play in all of this. PragerU also thinks that the 19th should be repealed. Same with Steven Crowder. Same with a lot of these other motherfuckers that you called your friends throughout your time as a fucking pundit, buddy. Like, it's insane to me, dude. Like, bro, if you were so fucking concerned about all of your fucking conservatorino butterinos potentially being miserable piles of fucking garbage, then why were you fucking simping for them and trying to do, like, content with them and agreeing with them on a lot of their thoughts and fucking beliefs on different stuff? Like, buddy, this is the conservative movement. This has always been the fucking conservative fucking movement, bro. Like, it's just... it rings hollow to me. Like, this was always gonna fucking happen, bros. Always gonna fucking happen.
Who cares? You know, enough of the Jim Crow stuff. Who cares? Oh, they had to drink out of a different water fountain. Big fucking deal. Oh no, they had to go to a different school. Their water fountain in that famous picture was worse. Who cares? Grow up, drink out of the fucking water fountain. It's just water. It's the same. You know, and you know, even if it was bad, who cares? Who cares? It's better. It's better in general. We all agree it's better for them. It's better for us. It's better in general.
Nick Fuentes says that white people are justified in being racist.
Reason that we talk about this, by the way, I know a lot of black people see this and they go, man, why are you always talking about black people, this and that? Because there just needs to be some shame here. Well, there's a few reasons. First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
Nick Fuentes is a Hitler admirer and a Holocaust denier.
Buddy, it's Führer Friday. It is Hitler Friday. Shut up. It is Heil Hitler Friday, nigga. Heil Hitler. All my niggas Nazis.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like,
Have I ever mentioned how much of a fucking loser Nick Fuentes is, dude? Jesus Christ.
well, he was also really fucking cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool. It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million?
Oh, this is the fucking Nick Fuentes classic right here, where he's doing the fucking cookie memes.
I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there. The math doesn't quite seem to add up there. I don't think you'd result in 6 million, maybe 200 to 300,000 cookies. And I think the Red Cookie Association said something like that, probably 200 to 300,000 cookies baked, probably. And in addition, you know, in this hypothetical, I imagine that if you took aerial photographs over the kitchens, you would need to see certain smokestacks to release the smoke from baking the cookies, and the smokestacks would project certain shadows, but I guess they're not visible in the aerial.
So is this just going to be mostly a clip compilation? We know all this, right? Like, we know about all the incel-y tendencies that fucking Nick Fuentes has and how he's a Holocaust denier. Like, yeah. Yeah, he said all this. But here's the thing. Ben, in terms of the permission structure that was allowed to exist, you had a part to play in it, buddy. You had a part to play in the permission structure that currently exists that allowed for a Nick Fuentes to exist. It's the same thing that I've even said. And Jennifer Welch of the I've Had It podcast is also saying, like, she talks specifically about the Democrats only opening the avenue for a lot of these, like, actual fucking anti-Semite fucking freaks. But it's also people like Ben Shapiro. Like, this was always going to happen, and material conditions not being addressed and being made worse made it such that, like, the avenue was to be opened for just open far-right fucking neo-Nazi beliefs. This was something that was inevitable. This was always going to fucking happen. So, I don't know. It's one of those things to, like, where I'm like to Ben Shapiro, like, buddy, don't be surprised about any of this stuff. You open the door for this shit. Like, you open the door for this stuff. Not that I'm saying it's a good thing. It's obviously not a fucking good thing, but you can't shirk responsibility. You had a part to play in all of this. Like, it's just like, okay, bro. Like, nice meme. Oh, now you want to take responsibility for all the stupid far-right shit that you consistently say on your fucking platform? That you gave a fucking permission structure for this to be the inevitable fucking conclusion? Like, oh, now you want to apologize and be remorseful for something. Like, okay, bro. Nice fucking meme. Yes, exactly, Alex. Yeah, they were not all incinerated. Also, a bunch of them were buried in mass graves. Yes, you are correct. The Nazis did bury alive a lot of the fucking Jews in the Holocaust.
Aerial photographs taken over the kitchens. Moreover, if you look at the soil texture, it's really not deep enough for mass cookie storage underground.
Nick Fuentes believes that
Oh, well, there you go.
the Jews start all the wars, that perfidious Jews in positions of power ought to be killed, and says the Jews are filth who have to be removed from the country.
And once again, remember who is responsible for it all.
Oh, by the way, all of this was not that long ago.
The Jews. They are responsible for every war in the world. It's not even debatable at this point. This has nothing to do with oil. This has nothing to do with democracy. This has nothing to do with liberal internationalism. We are at war with Iran because they pose a threat to Israel's hegemony. That's why we're bombing their nukes, to pave the way for regime change so Israel can dominate the region, because that makes them the most powerful they can be.
There is an occult element at the high levels of society, and specifically among the Jews. So many of the people that are perpetrating the lies and the destruction on the country, they are evildoers. They are people that worship false gods. They are people that practice magic or rituals or whatever. And more than anything, those people need to be, when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty. Straight up. And I'm far more concerned about that than I am about even non-white people or mass migration. These people that are communing with demons and engaging in this sort of witchcraft and stuff, and these people that are suppressing the name Christ,
Demons?
suppressing Christianity, they must be absolutely annihilated when we take power. This is God's country. This is Jesus' country. This is not the domain of atheists or devil worshippers or perfidious Jews. This is Christ's country.
Josh Hammer and Mark Levin. Fuck these people. Like, deeply, seriously, All real Americans, if you are a real American, if you were born in this country, I don't even care who you are, what you are, if you are a real American that loves this country, you have generations in this country, your family or you fought for this flag, fought for the Constitution, fought for our church, fought for our civilization. For all of you, I say about Josh Hammer and Mark Levin and Laura Loomer, fuck them. Fuck them. Deeply, seriously, get them the fuck out of our country.
Nick Fuentes, it should be mentioned, despises Donald Trump and the MAGA movement as well.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. You are, and honestly, and if you watch my show, you know I've been very critical. I've never been this far. This just goes to show this entire thing has been a scam. When we look back on the history of populism in America, we are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history. And the liberals were right. The MAGA supporters were had. They were.
So, that right there is just a brief glimpse into the twisted mind of Nick Fuentes. And there's plenty more where that came from, of course. Hours of it per day, in fact. And there's no doubt that Nick Fuentes has a lot of play these days. That's because the left, by moving into a politics of anti-white, anti-Christian, anti-male identitarianism,
Oh my god, he's gonna blame the left for this. Never change, Ben Shapiro. This is not the fault of the left, buddy. This is the fault of, your fucking political party, buddy. Like, this was inevitable, bro. Like, this was always gonna fucking happen. God, I'm, like... The amount of unsurprised I am in the fact that he is fucking blaming the left for this is just like, oh, Ben Shapiro is blaming the left for the fact that they've always been incredibly fucking anti-Semitic, and they are now looking to actively shun him from his position as the I don't know, the token fucking Jew in that they have to refer to. Oh my goodness, I am shocked. Oh, I never would have thought that such a thing could be fucking Boy Meets Mini. Alex, did you ever think that this could have fucking happened? I am utterly dismayed. I am shocked. Oh, incredible. Of course this was inevitably gonna fucking happen, dude. Like, they don't like you. This is always gonna fucking happen. Ben, you're shocked about this, my man? You're shocked about this. Okay, dude.
created its bizarro mirror image, a white pseudo-Christian incel identitarian movement dedicated to destroying the institutions of this country and replacing Americanism with something else. Nick Fuentes' philosophy is not fully formed. It's an incoherent stew of malignity. But that's where Tucker Carlson enters the story. Now, since his exit from Fox News in 2023, of course, he's a very, very popular host, Tucker Carlson has turned himself into a conspiracist and a crank and a pathological liar. Tucker excuses Vladimir Putin's murderous and barbarous reign. He has even become one of his most ardent defenders.
It is so much nicer than any city in my country. I had no idea. My father spent a lot of time there in the 80s when he worked for the US government and barely had electricity. And now it is so much cleaner and safer and prettier aesthetically. Its architecture, its food, its service than any country, city in the United States that you have to, and this is not ideological. How did that happen? How did that happen? And at a certain point, I don't think the average person cares as much about abstractions as about the concrete reality of his life. And if you can't use your subway, for example, as many people are afraid to in New York City because it's too dangerous, you have to sort of wonder, like, isn't that the ultimate measure of leadership? And that's true, by the way, it's radicalizing for an American to go to Moscow, I didn't know that, I've learned it this week, to Singapore, to Tokyo, to Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Because these cities, no matter how we're told they're run and on what principles they're run, are wonderful places to live.
So I guess you put in 10 rubles here, and you get it back.
By the way, very, very funny of Tucker Carlson to be saying this because, again, he's like a stupid, rich, fucking elitist dipshit with a TV dinner fortune to his fucking name. Like, a quick reminder, his name is Tucker Carlson Swanson, or Swanson Carlson. I don't know, whichever order that you put it in there. He is the owner of a fucking... or not the owner, he is the heir of a fucking TV dinner fortune and has been born with the silver spoon in his mouth for as long as he could fucking breathe. So, yeah, he's never been to an Aldi, he's never been to like a Kroger or I don't know what other fucking grocery stores you have in the United States. I'm a Canadian, okay? We have Sobeys and fucking Zehrs, okay? That's what we have. Not Kroger or whatever. It's just rich that this shit is coming from spoon in mouth fucking dipshit over here, Tucker fucking Carlson. Like, very, very funny. And the only reason why specifically individuals like Tucker Carlson are having a problem with a lot of the fucking bullshit that not only Fuentes spouses, but also fucking Tucker Carlson espouses is because to a certain extent, he does still have some beliefs within neoconservatism. He is still a neo-fucking-conservative. at the end of the fucking day. He's a liar about a lot of this stuff. He still believes in, like, broader American hegemony. He believes in supplying weapons to the Ukrainians and stuff like that. All the money should be given to Israel, and, of course, Ben Shapiro's mind. But it's one of those situations where it's like, dog, a lot of this is just going to fall on deaf ears. Because of the fact that it's just like, dude, like, you've had a part to play in advocating for some of the worst and most abhorrent things to have ever fucking happened within the, like, United States of America, bro. It's one of those things where it's like a lot of the things that he will say rings rather hollow because of the fact that he has had his part to play. And a lot of the neo-Nazis right now in the fucking movement are trying to and this is probably the key point, they are all trying to insulate themselves at the moment because they feel like they do not need people like Ben Shapiro anymore. They feel like they do not need people like all these like fucking neocon fucking dipshits. And these motherfuckers are all terrified. Like, you know, like your Brad Plumbos of the world or whatever. And all these other like complete fucking morons and fucking charlatans. They are looking to self-insulate themselves, and that has these guys fucking terrified because they know these guys are all incredibly like self-preservationist fucking goddamn pricks. Yeah, they feel like that they're in power and that they don't need people like Dinesh D'Souza anymore. That they do not need people like fucking Vivek Ramaswamy anymore. That they don't need all of these like stupid fucking weirdo accounts who consistently fucking push for I don't know, like Western domination or some shit or whatever. They feel like they don't need them anymore because they feel like that they have won. It's not the case. Donald Trump is incredibly fucking unpopular right now and is completely underwater. And the thing with these positions is that they too are also incredibly unpopular, which is why a lot of these people can never fully fucking commit to building the fucking white ethno state. Because in reality, nobody fucking likes this shit. Nobody fucking likes Nick Fuentes, the Groypers, and all the fucking fascists. And that, honestly, that's like the full truth of that's like, listen, you want the fucking truth nuke? That's the fucking truth nuke right there.
When you put the cart back. So it's free, but there's an incentive to return it and not just bring it to your home camp. I went from amused to legitimately angry. So we were guessing what this would cost. Everybody here from the United States buys groceries, and we didn't pay any attention to the cost as we were just putting in the cart what we would actually eat over a week. And we all came in around $400, about $400. It was $104 US here. And that's when you start to realize that ideology maybe doesn't matter as much as you thought, corruption. If you take people's standard of living and you tank it through filth and crime and inflation, and they literally can't buy the groceries they want, at that point, maybe it matters less what you say, whether you're a good person or a bad.
Guys, let's not take a look at the fact that the Russian economy is currently shitting the bed right now because of all the bombing of the Russian oil refineries. Yeah, he is in one of the richer parts of Russia. He's in fucking Moscow. Yeah, most of Russia is a third world fucking decrepit shithole because the current government that is in power could give less of a flying fuck about the people there.
Bad person, you're wrecking people's lives in their country, and that's what our leaders have done to us. When Tucker Carlson interviewed Vladimir Putin, by the way, Vladimir Putin was so amused by Tucker Carlson's easy questioning that he actually mocked him. Tucker Carlson has massaged the Iranian dictatorship and admitted to not asking any difficult questions of the president of that dictatorship.
The interview is limited by a couple of factors. One, it was done by remote through a translator. That's always awkward. For another, I don't speak Persian. And there are all kinds of questions that I didn't ask the president of Iran, particularly questions to which I knew I could not get an honest answer, such as, was your nuclear program totally disabled by the bombing campaign by the U.S. government a week and a half ago? There's no chance he's going to answer that question honestly. I didn't bother to ask it. The answer, in fact, from an American perspective, even from the CIA's perspective...
Wait, Russians go to India for work? Really? Dude. That's so bad, man. And here's like another thing that I've noticed. Okay, this is gonna be, I don't know, not like potential fucking gooner shit, but a lot of people can fucking agree with me on this one. The porn industry, for example, right? What's been going on more and more with the fucking porn industry? There's been a massive influx of fucking Russian amateur fucking porn stars. And just like Russians doing porn in general, for example. Why is that? it should be fairly fucking obvious. It's because they are desperate and their economy is in the fucking absolute fucking shitter. That is why. People don't just do porn because they just want to do it. I mean, sometimes that's the fucking case. Sometimes. But generally speaking, a lot of people have to do pornography and shit like this because they're desperate. Very fucking desperate. And, well, considering just how ridiculously poor the Russian economy is, should you be really surprised by, under any circumstance, that these guys are more and more trying to do porn on like fucking Pornhub in order to try to make some fucking kind of money or some shit because they are really, really poor? No, you shouldn't be surprised by that at all whatsoever. Like, it makes perfect fucking sense to me.
Is unknowable.
Tucker bizarrely worships at the altar of Qatar.
They're mad at you because you don't put your parents in some institution. Maybe they're trying to break up your families.
Well, it can be a reason. Honestly, I don't know what is really the purpose behind this, but we see that a lot of things that are happening are attacks on humanity in general. It's when you lose the family value, when you lose the connection between the family themselves, you will lose the connection between the people as well on a broader level, on the people in the same neighborhood, on the people in the same region, in the same countries, and that's basically will just make us, as individuals who are quote unquote independent from anyone. That's what we will feel. Yet it will just make our societies vulnerable and easy to be penetrated.
That's right.
Tucker Carlson praises Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, even as Maduro keeps the entire country in communist penury and ships fentanyl into the United States to kill Americans by the hundreds of thousands.
Why are we so opposed to Nicolas Maduro? So if you ask someone on the street, random person, why are we against Nicolas Maduro? The answer you're going to get is who's Nicolas Maduro. But if you find someone in South Florida, for example, who knows...
Yeah, by the way, this is like the angle and why, for example, Ben Shapiro is fucking losing. Like, neoconservatism is dead, dude. You doing the neocon fucking talking point bullshit is so funny to me, dude. Because no one buys that shit, dude. Nobody fucking buys it, man. That's the fucking truth. Nobody's fucking buying it. Nobody fucking agrees with this shit. It doesn't pass the fucking smell check, man. And it's one of those situations where it's just like, I mean, you guys are gonna like surprise Pikachu face when it's like nobody is like agreeing to any of this fucking bullshit. Like, no, of course they're like, no one's buying this. No one fucking thinks that like Nicolas Maduro is like a narco fucking trafficker just because like Donald Trump randomly put a $50 billion bounty on his fucking head. Just because he's still salty about the fact that his coup attempt was just a fucking complete utter failure. Like, no one agrees with it, dude. So it's one of those situations where it's like, Ben, like, the neocon shit, it's not it. It's not gonna work, bro. Not gonna work.
Those who Nicolas Maduro is, who can identify where Venezuela is on a map, that person will almost certainly say, well, because he's a communist or socialist, he's exceedingly left-wing, and that is true. Nicolas Maduro and his government are very left-wing on economics, not on social policy, by the way, which is kind of interesting. In Venezuela, gay marriage is banned, abortion is banned, sex changes for transgenderism are banned. It's one of the very few countries in the entire hemisphere with those policies. It is on social policy, not defending the regime, just saying. One of the most conservative countries in North or South or Central America. Only El Salvador really comes close.
Tucker Carlson glosses Hamas, the genocidal jihadi group behind October 7th, as a political organization.
You can't claim that they're in Hamas while simultaneously claiming that Hamas is a group of jihadis. They're Islamic extremists, which they also claim constantly. Which I don't know if that's true, by the way. It seems more like a political organization. But whatever it is, they're telling us constantly they're Al-Qaeda.
Tucker Carlson has attacked President Trump as a cover-up artist for sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein on behalf of Israel and Mossad, making sure, of course, never to mention President Trump's name, because, of course, Tucker's a coward.
And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that. There's nothing hateful about saying that.
Tucker Carlson has stated that President Trump has undermined America First and MAGA by attacking Iran, giving into neocon ghouls like Mark Levin, while also idiotically arguing that President Trump striking Iran's nuclear facilities would lead to World War III. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Tucker Carlson also said in his interview with Nick Fuentes that the people he hates most in the entire world, more than ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Trans-Tifa, Marxists, rapists, murderers, are Christian Zionists, who represent an enormous chunk of the conservative base. According to Tucker Carlson, who admits that he first read the Bible all the way through just 2 years ago, Christians who support a Jewish state of Israel are heretics and blasphemers with a brain virus.
How do you explain Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz, and there are a lot like that, John Bolton. I mean, I've known them all, George W. Bush, like Karl Rove. I mean, all people I know personally who I've seen like be seized by this brain virus, and they're not Jewish. Most of them are self-described Christians, and then the Christian Zionists who are, well, Christian Zionists. Like, what is that? Right. And I could just say for myself, I dislike them more than anybody. Because like, what? Because it's Christian heresy, and I'm offended by that as a Christian.
Tucker Carlson has said that he despises American Jews who care about October 7th. We, in his words, don't care about America and also want to get his kids killed in a foreign war.
I've got 4 draft age children. So if you're playing recklessly fast and loose with their lives, then I have a right to despise you, and I do. So if you're Nikki Haley who's running for president, or Ben Shapiro, or half the people I see on television casually mentioning the possibility of nuclear war, or sending Americans to fight in the Middle East, or in any way involving us in a war that has nothing to do with prosperity and peace at home, nothing in other words to do with us, Americans, then I have a right to call you out and be really offended because it's my family. They live here. It's not a joke to me. There's nothing abstract about it.
But most of all,
The problem with this position is it's actually anti-Semitic. Like, my criticism of Israel as a Christian is based on Jesus' teaching, not Nazi issue. Well, yeah, exactly. Because, again, like, Zionists like Benjamin Netanyahu and Ben Shapiro in reality are unironically okay with anti-Semites and anti-Semitism. Why do you think that all these motherfuckers pussyfooted around for with people like Fuentes for so long? Like, and have had decided to be like, actually we're like big fans of our heckin' conservative Areno dudes. Actually, we really like these guys consistently. Because in reality, all these motherfuckers who pretend to not be fucking like conservative or whatever, or pretending to not be far right and fascistic. I mean, they are far right and fascistic in a certain way, but who are pretending to be like a part of the broader sort of conservative movement that exists within the United States. Like, it's just one of those things where it's just like, dog, like, the anti-Semitism has always been there, and it has always been a first-order principle for these people. They have always been like this. This has not changed since the fucking 30s, bro. Like, this is consistent. This has always fucking happened. Like, so don't, it's unironically, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, don't be fucking surprised by this. You've had a part to play in all of this. You helped create this environment, Tucker. Like, you did this, my man. So it's just like, I don't know, it's like, fucking spare me it, bro. Like, I just find it incredibly fucking tedious and boring.
Tucker Carlson acts as an ideological launderer for other people's evils. Tucker Carlson says many inflammatory things, always buying back just enough of it to appear as though he's not saying what he's clearly saying. He's a master of gaslighting. Tucker Carlson, for example, would never say out loud what Nick Fuentes does. He wouldn't say the things many of his guests say. And so instead, he acts as an ideological launderer. He takes other people's hideous ideas, he softens them, he treats them with love and care, and then he provides them with a massive signal boost. He isn't merely talking to people in good faith, of course. He's promoting certain people and ideas and attacking others. So, for example, he'll ask a series of wildly obsequious questions to Nick Fuentes. He'll even let Nick Fuentes' support for Joseph Stalin slide.
It's actually funny. It's December 18th. I remember because that's an important date to me. And it's Joseph Stalin's birthday. Oh, I'm a fan.
You're a fan of Stalin's.
Always an admirer. But we don't need to go into that.
Okay, let's get back. We'll circle back to that.
But he will grill Ted Cruz about the population of Iran. Tucker Carlson will have on Vladimir Putin's evil anti-American mouthpiece Alexander Dugin and then praise him.
Alexander Dugin is a 62-year-old Russian academic philosopher. He spent...
Yeah, we don't need, like, listen, we can fucking talk till the cows come home about fucking Fuentes being a fan of fucking Stalin. Like, it should be fairly obvious that he was always a fucking fan of Stalin. Like, of course, someone like Fuentes is a fan of fucking Stalin because Stalin's a fucking fascist. He always has been a fucking fascist. Like, this is not surprising whatsoever yet. Marxist-Leninists. I wonder why Nick Fuentes likes, Stalin so fucking much. And this has always been a fucking consistent thing with him. Oh, it's because he's a fucking, never been a communist, like, ever.
His life in Moscow, he was an anti-Soviet dissident as a young man, and now he is famous the world over, in the English language press anyway, as, quote, Putin's brain. But he is not a political figure here in Russia. He is, once again, a philosopher. And his ideas are deeply offensive to some people. In August of 2022, his only daughter was murdered in Moscow when a car bomb killed her. U.S. intelligence says she was murdered by the Ukrainian government, and we take that at face value. But what's interesting is that, once again, Alexander Dugin is not a military leader. He's not a close daily advisor to Vladimir Putin. He is a writer who writes about big ideas. And for this, his books have been banned by the Biden administration in the United States. You cannot buy them on Amazon. Banning books in the United States.
Yeah, but, he's just got, like, some pretty neat, interesting ideas, this Alexander Dugin guy. Like, I mean, I shouldn't be really surprised at all that Tucker Carlson would be a fucking fan of Duginist ideas and thoughts. Like, that doesn't really surprise me whatsoever.
States because the ideas inside are too dangerous. He's often described again in the English language press as far right. We'll let you assess. But we wanted to talk to him about some of his ideas, these ideas that are so dangerous that his only daughter was murdered over them, and his book's been banned in the United States.
He was probably the
Tucker Carlson will have on a Hitler-friendly pseudo-historian to minimize the Holocaust and blame Winston Churchill for World War II, and he will call him America's best and most honest historian.
I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War. He didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities. But I believe, I think when we really get into it and tell the story right and don't leave anything out, you see that he was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did, becoming something other than an invasion of Poland. Germany, look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler's chiefly responsible for this, but his old regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East in 1949,
this guy's a Nazi,
they lost
by the way.
War where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of prisoners of war, of local political prisoners and so forth that they were going to have to handle.
This is, by the way, Holocaust fucking denial. This is a very common talking point by fucking neo-Nazis, where they will pretend to be like, oh, well, Hitler just couldn't handle all of the fucking Heckin-Reno prisoners of war, guys. Like, that was like a big fucking problem. There was all these like prisoners of war, guys.
We went with no plan for that, and
yeah, they did invade Poland,
and millions of people ended up dead.
And that is the pseudo-historian that Tucker Carlson has said is the best and most honest historian in America. Tucker Carlson will have on over and over a pro-Chinese propagandist who used global warming to promote global socialism, all in order to criticize Israel and hug China.
Israel has run American foreign policy in the Middle East for 30 years. That's how it works. This is actually the truth. If we drop our angst on big bad Russia, actually, we didn't have a chance to talk about it this time, maybe another time, big bad China, which is also not going to invade the United States, not going to threaten us, not going to go to war with us. They're trying to deal with aging, and they've got their declining population and many other things. Not that they're falling apart. It's a very impressive civilization, but they're not a threat to the United States, honestly, and Iran is not a threat.
Tucker Carlson, of course, brings on pro-Hamas voices episode after episode after episode. The instances are almost limitless. Tucker Carlson will host Andrew Tate, a pornographer and scam artist who mocks rape victims and preaches a cult of narcissism and cruelty. And of course, Tucker Carlson will glorify him and present him as a maligned truth teller rather than an emblem of moral rot. See, this is how Tucker Carlson's ideological laundering works. You bring your dirty, ugly ideologies to Tucker Carlson's rhetorical car wash. He mixes it with some of the vestigial respect Americans have for him from his Fox News days, and voila, hideous ideas suddenly become mainstream. And then, of course, Tucker denies he said anything controversial at all.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's all born out of somewhere, Ben. And you open that door. You open that door, Ben. You open that door. You have responsibility for this as well. Like, this is why, because again, in Ben Shapiro's mind, he's just mad about the fact that he's not popular anymore. That's all that it is. And that's what he's primarily upset about. He's no longer the main authoritative, like, conservative voice within the room anymore. People fucking hate him. People despise neo-fucking conservatism. It is a dead fucking ideology. Like, it's dead. Neoconservatism is never gonna make a fucking goddamn comeback. That shit ain't fucking coming back. Same with, like, neoliberalism as well. That as much as, like, the Democrats are going to enjoy, like, I don't know, kicking and screaming, that shit's also not fucking coming back. Because people have seen the wider sort of, like, byproducts and products of the fucking ideology fully play out at this point, and nobody fucking likes it. No one fucking likes any of that shit. So it's just like, I don't know, bro. Like, spare me it. Like, this ain't your fight anymore. It's over. It's wallahi. It is cooked, bros. It's so fucking wallahi cooked, bros.
Oh, he was just asking questions. He was just interviewing people. You don't want him to cancel people, do you? Of course, there is no First Amendment right to a Tucker Carlson sensual massage. But to listen to Tucker, you'd think there was, so long as you despise America, oppose President Trump's foreign policy, and bear a peculiar dislike of Jews. Tucker Carlson, you see, is a coward. And here is where his relationship with Nick Fuentes begins. With Nick Fuentes correctly pointing out that Tucker Carlson is a coward. You see, Tucker Carlson, a few weeks back, had on Candace Owens to treat her to his usual ideological laundering services. That's after years of Candace Owens saying things like this.
And it is the case that dinosaur bones, for whatever reason, are always just found by the paleontologist. Like, it's not like you and me walking outside, like, hey, dinosaur bone, and or by somebody who's related to a paleontologist. It's very strange.
Yeah, obviously, we all know that Candace Owens has also been getting a significant boost in terms of prominence and popularity as well, because of her fucking feud with Daily Wire, and the fact that, again, Daily Wire is now, like, essentially a dying fucking goddamn brand, and nobody fucking likes any of the bullshit that Daily Wire sort of espouses and pushes anymore. Like, again, it's just purely just the fact that no one fucking jives with neoconservatism anymore, bros. Like, that's all that it is.
And then, but it was just convenient for Israel that JFK got shot. It was just convenient, you guys. Totally convenient. It was convenient for Israel by the way the towers went down. I just want to be clear. Anything happens to me, blame the Zionists. Like, 1000% blame the Zionists. Like, let that be my parting word. I'm waking people up to the fact that pedophiles are in power. They're literally in power. And that is intentional because then they can be controlled while they are in power. And they are also exhibiting signs of a psychopathology that lets them know that they will do harm to the masses and feel nothing because they were themselves, many of them, raped when they were children. It's not a coincidence that Justin Trudeau is gay. Obama, gay. Zelensky, gay. Emmanuel Macron, gay and married to a trans man who molested him when he was a child.
Well, Candace Owens had recently hosted Nick Fuentes, and this led Tucker Carlson, in an attempt to dissociate from Fuentes, to label him a weird little gay kid operating from a basement, and a Fed as well.
That's obvious. I've been around a long time. I know when I see it.
Yeah, and I will say I don't understand it. We were very kind to him. Like, truly, like, we almost said, like, we felt maybe he was a bit lonely. We should invite him back for dinner. I mean, that's how good of an experience I had.
Clearly
and then it was 180. So it's either A, it's being driven from, like, a little boy insecurity, and he just was so worried that he, like, just went on the attack because he doesn't know how to have normal relations after being banned everywhere.
Well, I think there's definitely one element. The angry gay kid thing going on. Yeah.
Well, Nick Fuentes did not take kindly to this. After all, here was Tucker Carlson, a man Nick Fuentes correctly sees as a fellow traveler, dismissing him, all the while refusing to say the sorts of things which Fuentes takes to slings and arrows. And so Fuentes unleashed on him as a fraud, and also as an expert on gaslighting.
Tucker is like the goat of gaslighting. But unironically, he goes up at the memorial and said Charlie Kirk told the truth.
Okay, let's be honest here, though. Let's be honest here for real quick. Nick Fuentes is definitely gay. He's definitely fucking gay.
You know who else told the truth? Jesus. And you know what happened? He got killed by Jews. And people said, so are you saying that the Jews killed Charlie Kirk in the way that they killed Jesus for telling the truth because they hate the truth? And Tucker said, I never said that. You're crazy. I never said that. Everyone eats hummus. What do you mean? Everyone runs Jerusalem. But I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Tucker Carlson says, I have so many trust funds, I never have to work. Tucker went to a $45,000 per year private high school.
Now, Jesus was also
$45,000 per year
a Jew,
selective Ivy League school in New England. Tucker Carlson's daddy was a Reagan appointee. And then, after years of bragging about being an elite, bragging about being so out of touch and so rich, now he's going to be the spokesperson for all the white people. Now he's going to roll up his sleeves. I just like to hunt and fish in my log cabin. I care about Klarna and credit card debt. But then when it comes to me, I'm one of the real disaffected white people. You want to talk about me and them? I am them.
Well, there was one big problem for Tucker Carlson in all of this. Nick Fuentes is absolutely 100% correct. Tucker is a coward, and Tucker's audience, much of which he shares with Nick Fuentes, knows it. And so Tucker hit upon a final stratagem. He let Nick Fuentes cuck him. He brought Nick Fuentes on to legitimate his ideology. He signal boosted Fuentes, glossed him, shined him, presented him to the world, all in order to protect his own reputation with his online base. A base he is competing over with Nick Fuentes. Now, of course, Tucker has a right to do all of this for the 100th time. He knows what he likes. This is America. But there's no question that Tucker has become
I mean, here, this is the thing that, like, it makes Ben Shapiro eternally, like, sound like a coward. It's like, you know, he has a right to do this. Obviously, he can do this if he wants. Yada 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 yada. It's like, brother, like, it's not gonna be fucking effective, because again, there's a reason why cancel culture, I think, should make a comeback to, like, a certain extent, because we're essentially, like, for lack of a better term, being okay with fucking shamelessness. That's the fucking main problem that I mostly have. We are okay with fucking shamelessness. And Ben Shapiro, and this is the same point that I'm just going to have been reiterating during this whole, like, segment. You're the one who gave the permission structure for all of this. You have responsibility for this. You're just mad about the fact that, oh, there's people out there that are just more far right and more fucking extreme than you now. And it's just, I think purely this is just being brought out of jealousy at this point.
The most virulent super spreader of vile ideas in America. And the rest of us who oppose those vile ideas have every right to call him that. There's one other element here that's even darker if possible. Tucker Carlson preys on the friendship he proclaims with others, and then he knights them directly between the shoulder blades when convenient for him. Tucker Carlson is, in short, a terrible friend. Tucker Carlson was supposedly Charlie Kirk's friend. Charlie believed that Nick Fuentes was vermin. That's a direct quote. He believed that because Nick Fuentes dedicated his life to destroying Charlie Kirk and TP USA from the inside. In fact, here's Nick Fuentes describing Charlie Kirk the month before Charlie was murdered.
Charlie Kirk cannot call himself a Christian anymore. Sorry, you forfeited that. I do not want to hear, and you cannot allow Charlie Kirk to go to one more public event, one more question and answer, one more ask me anything.
Yeah, we all know about the fucking beef between Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes. Part of the reasoning for as to why Charlie Kirk even started moving further to the right is because of him. But here's the thing, dude, like, you motherfuckers allowed for the fucking permission structure for this to happen, dude. This is what I mean, where it's just like, it's one of those situations where it's, like, difficult to treat any of these criticisms actually seriously, because what fucking Ben Shapiro is mentioning here, he's not wrong. He's correct. But a lot of these things, again, it rings hollow to me, because it's like, dog, you made these fucking conditions what they are. You made them into these fucking conditions. You brought this upon all of us. So it's just like, spare me it, bro. And because it's not just like, he's specifically going to focus on Candace Owens, Fuentes, and also Tucker Carlson. And the only reason why he's focusing on them specifically is because they've slighted him in the past. And they are also basically lapping him in terms of prominence and popularity now. And that's why he's having a problem with them specifically. The thing is that, like, a lot of this is just going to consistently ring rather hollow, in my personal opinion. Because it's like, dog, you're the one who made all of this the fucking case, dude. Like, you did this. This is your fucking... I don't know, like, sword to bear, or whatever. This is what you've brought upon the fucking world with pushing for all of your dumb fucking, like, conservative ideological fucking bullshit. Like, this was an inevitability that everything is just gonna get more far right and way fucking worse. Like, cross to bear. Thank you, Alex. I forgot about I was forgetting the fucking saying. Yeah, this is your cross the bear. You did this. You brought this upon everyone. Like, guess what? You need to show... Listen, you gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps and have some fucking responsibility. Whatever happened to pulling yourself up by your bootstraps there, Ben? What happened to that?
Without being protested, without being shouted down, without being interrogated about this, this guy goes around from campus to campus in the most artificial and phony and fake way.
And here is Nick Fuentes describing how he destroyed TP USA from the inside.
Whether he chooses to confront me or not, whether he has dignity and honor or not, it's just a matter of time. My ideas are already there. I've already impregnated your organization. I took Turning Point USA and I fucked it. I took your organization, I took your baby, Turning Point USA, and I fucked it. And I've been fucking it. And that's why it's filled with groypers. That's why your whole crew, that's why the people around you, that's why your chapter presidents, that's why your attendees, they're all groypers.
And here's Nick Fuentes calling Charlie Kirk unpatriotic and talking about how he's a retarded idiot and saying all firepower should be focused on Charlie Kirk.
I think a lot of people are starting to find out Charlie Kirk is not the patriot that he says he is. And so I looked at what happened last night, and I think to myself, this is totally a doable operation. You know, Charlie Kirk in the grand scheme of things is just some retarded idiot. The dog is terrified. I had to go upstairs and reassure him because I'm screaming at my screen, calling Charlie Kirk a bitch and everything. The contrast could not be more clear. Charlie Kirk is a totally unexceptional human being, a moral struggle that's happening on the higher dimension, right? Which is Christ versus the devil. Who does Charlie Kirk serve? You know, is he really a Christian? Is he really Christ-like when he supports foreign wars and Israel and all this? Look at the people he's taking money from. You know, so the guy's a fake Christian. The guy's not a patriot. He hates our country. He's un-American. Let's focus all our firepower on Charlie Kirk. Why are we doing this? It's because Charlie Kirk is a fake patriot, a fake Christian, and he hates his people. He's anti-white. And this is our angle.
Nick Fuentes despised Charlie Kirk. And for good reason, because Charlie Kirk actually opposed Nick's evil program. Here's what Charlie Kirk had to say about Nick Fuentes' agenda.
But if you go back to the original...
But he doesn't. Here's the thing. He used to. Ben Shapiro's not wrong there. But he doesn't anymore. He folded. He folded to the fucking groypers and became a fucking Christian fundamentalist. So it's I don't know. Like, I've been reiterating the same point consistently now at this point. This all rings hollow to me. Like, this is all irrelevant to me. Like, he can keep playing through the compilation of fucking clips when it's just like, dog, you opened the lane for all this when you started fucking debating college kids on fucking campuses. You like, this is your cross to bear. This is your cross to bear. You created this fucking permission structure. You had a part to play in all of this. This schism was inevitable because this was always the ideological conclusion with all these motherfuckers. Like, that's what it is. This is his fight song. Yeah, I'm banning you for that one, Boy Meets Minnie, you fucking bastard.
Founding fathers, they intended this to be a European nation for white men of good stock and character.
So, can you show me, let me answer the question. Can you show me where in the United States Constitution it says that?
It wasn't in the Constitution.
It wasn't in the Constitution because they didn't believe it. What does the phrase e pluribus unum mean? What does the phrase e pluribus unum mean?
Why is that relevant?
Because it was on every founding document and presidential seal from our founding, which means out of many, one. You, sir, and your ideology is not conservative. It is right-wing, identitarian, and has no place in the conservative movement, my friend. Get out of line. Get out of line. I don't platform trolls, and I don't platform, and I don't discuss people, or I don't debate with people that are not good faith actors. And they can keep on yelling at how successful we are in our big events and well over 1,000 employees, but a lot of jealousy out there. We build, they complain. We succeed, we win. They blame the Jews.
After Charlie's death, TPUSA made Tucker Carlson one of its chief faces. Tucker, of course, spoke at Charlie's memorial, where he implied that hummus-eating nefarious Jews killed Charlie, with no mention of the ideology of the actual alleged murderer, who was, of course, a trans activist gay furry. Tucker Carlson, in fact, has spent more time talking about Jews and
trans activist gay furry. That's so fucking funny that he's spreading fucking active lies and conspiracism about fucking Tyler Robinson. Still to this day, but wasn't a trans activist, wasn't a fucking furry. That's just complete fucking bullshit, bro.
in Israel since Charlie's death than about the Transtifa ideology that motivated Charlie Kirk's killer. By a long shot, it's not close, which is not a surprise, since he seems to spend very little time these days attacking anyone on the left. Well, now Tucker Carlson has seen fit to wander Nick Fuentes, the person who hated Charlie most and who wished him destruction. That's not an act of friendship, it's an act of sick evil. And then, of course, there's Tucker Carlson's relationship with the vice president. Certainly, Vice President Vance has been quite generous with Tucker Carlson. That loyalty was not reciprocated last week, to say the least. Here, for example, is what Nick Fuentes has said about J.D. Vance's wife, Usha.
Andrew Tate and Bronze Age pervert and all these people, for years, all they talk about is going to the gym, being a vitalist, fighting the Matrix, India smells bad, all this kind of shit. And now they're all in favor of a fat race mixer who's married to a Jeet who named his son Vivek, who was mentored by a Jewish neocon and a gay fed, Peter Thiel.
This guy has a non-white wife and a kid named Vivek. This guy is going to be a...
Jesus Christ. I mentioned that fucking rant earlier on, but it's just like, God, it like you listen to it again, it's like, man, it's just like collective fucking schizophrenia, bro. Yeah, you know, India's dirty to the fucking slur, blah blah blah. It's so fucking goofy. It's all just fucking ridiculous. Again, like Ben Shapiro, you're the same dude who said that you want the a final solution for the fucking Palestinians. Again, your fucking hands are about as dirty on this as well as Nick Fuentes's and Charlie Kirk's, which is why you can't treat any of these people seriously. Like, dog, you're the one. Same thing again. You built the fucking permission structure for all of this, which is why, like, it's just like it rings all hollow to me. It's just like, yeah, you're saying all this, yeah, that's fine and dandy and whatever, yeah. Nick Fuentes is racist, blah blah blah. Who's the one that allowed for Nick Fuentes to even gain prominence to begin with? Oh, it was the neocons. And then being so fucking terrible in terms of policy. Okay.
A defender of white identity? I don't think so. This guy's going to defend American identity?
He's never for Indian wife. He was waiting here legally for time. His son's half foreign, bilingual, and holds dual citizenship. Yet he mass. You're for card.
She's white. Dude, she's white. If we had millions of Slovenian supermodels immigrating to America, I don't think we'd have a big problem with it.
Tucker Carlson had on Nick Fuentes and did not ask him a single question about any of this. He just brought him on to launder his ugly ideas and make them more popular. That doesn't seem quite like the act of a friend. Which, finally, brings us to the Heritage Foundation. Now, I have a long and admiring relationship with the Heritage Foundation. One of the very first outlets to pick up my syndicated column when I was 17 years old.
Now, we took a look at the take that the Heritage Foundation had, and it's just, well, for lack of a better term, if they wanted to mention perfidious Jewry, quote-unquote, they tried to do it. They tried to fucking do it. They tried to launder all the bullshit.
24 years ago was townhall.com and a property of the Heritage Foundation. I know most of the leadership very well, and I have for decades. I know Kevin Roberts, and I like him. I'm grateful for his contributions to the conservative movement. If you're a regular watcher of the show, you can check the interview I did with.
So again, like, this is the fucking thing. Like, they keep talking about, like, yeah, I like Kevin Roberts. I like all these guys. These guys are nice. They're my fucking heckin' friends. Honestly, I'm gonna say this. It's almost Dave Rubin-esque. I think this is Dave Rubin-esque. The just sort of, like, a pathetic desperation here from, like, Ben Shapiro. This is incredibly David Rubin-esque. Or he's just like, guys, I thought we were still all on the same team of being heckin' base trad fucking conservatives. And then, like, all the anti-Semites are just, like, looking. It's like the skeleton staring meme with the music playing in the fucking background, where it's just like, oh, Ben, we were never fucking friends to begin with. Because that's the actual fucking truth, by the way. These people were never your fucking friends, Ben. They were never, ever your fucking friends, buddy. They are wholeheartedly willing and okay of throwing you under the bus when it's politically efficacious for them. And guess what? TikTok, on the clock, you're getting thrown under the bus.
With Kevin on the release of his book just last December. Which is why what Kevin Roberts did last week is tragic and awful. He put out a statement that Heritage Foundation didn't just stand by Tucker Carlson. Kevin instead said openly and repeatedly that Tucker Carlson can do nothing, ever, that will sever his relationship with the conservative movement. He said that after and in defense of Tucker's glossing of Hitler defender Nick Fuentes. And he added that only members of the globalist class, direct quote, a venomous coalition, direct quote, subject to the dictates of someone else's agenda, direct quote, oppose Heritage's ongoing relationship with Tucker Carlson. Which means, that according to Kevin Roberts apparently, anyone opposing the ongoing mainstreaming of Tucker Carlson is acting
I was thumbs-upping for the heavy gun turret that we have now. Yay, look at it. That's about it.
on behalf of a foreign power. Kevin's statement is a betrayal of the Heritage Foundation's history and principles, which is presumably why both Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes loved it. And that's a tragedy, because America needs a robust conservative organization based on principle and ideas, not personal loyalty to bad actors like Tucker Carlson. We need strong leaders in the conservative movement, willing to speak out against the moral rot that threatens our future. I hope Kevin Roberts and Heritage show us that they can still be those leaders. But if not, we'll have to look elsewhere. So, why is all this happening? Because, like the Democratic Party, the Republican Party is being eaten by its radicals. Many in the political class are too cowardly to stand up. Apparently, they're willing to play footsie with Groypers and hug Tucker Carlson out of fear.
Again, like, here's the fucking thing. This is why this analysis is always going to fail, because he also always has to blame the left. The left has, like, nothing to do with this. This is purely natural. Like, people are just sick of fucking neoliberalism. This isn't the Democrats embracing their... Like, we wish they would embrace their fucking radicals. They would be 10 times more successful politically. Like, honestly, like, genuinely. No, it's a genuine movement of the fucking people, and that's what it is, to be honest. Like, Ben Shapiro will never, ever acknowledge genuine fucking movements of the people, because he hates the people. And this is a, like, I'm not going to say it's 100% genuine movement from the fucking people. It's filled with lies and tomfoolery and charlatan behavior when it comes to individuals like Nick Fuentes and the Groypers and whatnot. It is just complete utter fucking bullshit and nonsense. But you can't say, like, you can't really disagree either with the fact that a lot of these people, a lot of these motherfuckers currently in power are extremely fucking sick and tired of the fucking bullshit. They are. They've had enough. Nobody wants this shit anymore. And they are going to the inevitable fucking ideological fucking extremes. This was something that was always fucking inevitable. Like, let's be honest here. This was always going to happen. And Ben Shapiro was just mad about the fact that he's getting, well, thrown away. His usefulness is over. He's like, it's literally like the Toy Story meme with Andy saying like, I don't want to play with you anymore. Like, unironically, it is that.
Of somehow losing support. They've been bamboozled by the lies of the X algorithm and the TikTok metrics. The left followed its radicals to electoral hell. Apparently, many on the right wish to do the same. Forget the morality then for just a moment. Let's be pragmatic. Here is the thing. Americans hate Nick Fuentes' philosophy. They think it's trash. Republicans, by the polling, think it's trash. Independents think it's trash. Democrats think it's trash.
True.
And here's the other thing. Americans hate Tucker Carlson's laundered anti-Americanism. Republicans think it's trash. Independents think it's trash. Democrats think it's trash. Americans are not pro-segregation, pro-rape, anti-woman, pro-child marriage, anti-black, anti-Jew, anti-Indian, anti-Latino, anti-Constitution, pro-Hitler nutjobs like Nick Fuentes. And Americans are not pro-Putin, pro-Iran, pro-China, pro-Venezuela, pro-Hamas, pro-Fuentes, pro-Tate idiots like Tucker Carlson. They hate this vile garbage. If Republicans decide to cower before the likes of neo-Nazis and their propagandizers, they deserve to lose. And they will lose. Neo-Nazis and their propagandizers are not Republicans. They're not America First. They're not MAGA. They sure as hell aren't conservative. These people aren't to my right. They're not attached in any way to the fundamental principles of conservatism. And these people have already declared themselves to be my enemies. I'd be a fool not to take them seriously. If they get their way, they will hollow out the Republican Party, lead it to electoral catastrophe, and empty it, and the country of any semblance of decency in the process. My answer is no. No to the Groypers. No to their publicists like Tucker Carlson. No to those who champion them. No to demoralization. No to bigotry and anti-meritocratic horseshit. No to anti-Americanism. No. This is our country. This is our party. And this is our conservative movement. And I will not stand by while it is handed over to those who betray the most fundamental principles I've spent my entire life defending and advocating. That is a path to defeat and a path to moral oblivion. I reject it because if we lose the right, we will lose to the left. And either way, we'll lose the country. I'm Ben Shapiro. This is the Ben Shapiro Show.
It's a desperate plea from a dude whose brand is fucking dead. I like, there's no other way really to fucking put this. I'll be quite honest here. It's a desperate plea from a man whose project and political ideology is collapsed. And it's over. It is over. Neoconservatism is dead. It is dead, and nobody fucking wants that shit anymore. People want some form of anti-fucking capitalist beliefs. And this is why Ben Shapiro, generally speaking, is losing, I suppose, like, well, not only his, like, media company, but he's losing a lot of the people who were bringing in fucking money for him as well. Like, that's the main issue. It's honestly, it's one of those things where it's just like, I don't think there's really any other way to put this besides how I put it myself. I'll be quite honest. Let me grab how I fucking put this shit. I did something incredibly dangerous, and that's click the home button. This is basically just how I put it. A final desperate breath from a man who is about to be forgotten. That's it. That's, I think, the best way to put the fact that Ben Shapiro is about to be left in the dust by the conservative movement that he helped to build. It's just a desperate plea for some, I don't know, attempted return to fucking normalcy. But it's a normalcy that's never going to be seen ever again. Like, you're not going to see a return to normalcy with the current fucking conservative movement. It's over. Neo-Nazism is the main thing that a lot of the future of the Republican Party wants. That's what they want. That's actively what they're fucking pushing for. Not fucking cringe-ass neo-conservatism. Nobody wants that shit anymore. And Ben Shapiro just can't fucking acknowledge any of that. And as a result, is being left in the dust. Which, I mean, is both a good and a bad thing. I think, yeah, I'm going to say it's both a good and a bad thing because, again, the positions and the ideology that Ben Shapiro holds are really bad. But what these, like, neo-Nazi fucking freaks believe is honestly fucking worse. Way, way, way worse. So it's just like, it's one of those situations where it's just like, this was always going to be, this was always going to fucking happen. It was just inevitably going to fucking happen. So, yeah, Ben Shapiro is just mad and desperate for the fact that he is being left behind by the movement that he fucking helped to construct. That's purely what it is. It is a desperate plea from a desperate fucking man who wants to have some form of prominence and seat at the table for the attempted white nationalist fucking takeover, so then he's not one of the people who gets ultimately thrown under the bus. But here's the reality of the situation. His dumbass was already thrown under the bus. It's already over for him. His usefulness is now outlived. Same with like your Dinesh D'Souza's of the world, your Vivek Ramaswamy's. And we've all seen what's going on right now with the far right, generally speaking. They are all trying to self-insulate and trying to basically solidify their position. When in reality, it makes no sense, which is fucking stupid, politically speaking, but I digress. And it's not going to end up working out for them because everything that they say and that they do is incredibly fucking unpopular, and nobody fucking likes any of the bullshit that they push. So it's not going to end up working out for them because a lot of like Trump's bullshit is actively unpopular, and you still need to maintain some form of like popularity with the people in order to have this shit work. And Trump is currently underwater in terms of every fucking demographic on every fucking issue. So yeah, I don't see this is going to be working out in particular all that well for all the white nationalists and fucking freaks. But I'm here for the fucking schism. Anything for these like morons to get like completely and utterly fucking distracted and fighting with one another is generally a good thing, because that means they're going to be less able to pass their rather odious, ridiculous fucking agenda. So honestly, I say keep fighting. Yeah, keep fighting, you dumb fucks. Like, I don't give a shit. Suffer the consequences of your fucking actions, because this is exactly what this is. Yeah, like, I'm just gonna sit back and just eat some fucking popcorn. Just sit back, eat some popcorn if you're on the left, or even a liberal or anything like that. Just chill. Just chill. Because they were always gonna fucking eventually eat their own fucking faces and shit on their own fucking positions consistently. Like, this was an inevitability. So it's just like, all right, you know what? It's like you guys decided to vote for and advocate for the positions of the leopards eating your fucking face party, and now you guys are like shocked Pikachu facing that the leopards are now eating your fucking face. So yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides, yeah, it's just another desperate sort of plea from a man who is currently having his fucking face eaten right now. So I don't think there's much else to say besides this was the inevitable ideological conclusion for what you were pushing for. And Ben Shapiro, you had a part to play in having this environment be the main thing that currently exists within the broader sort of conservative movement, quote unquote. This was inevitably gonna fucking happen, little bro. Nice meme. What's up, FDS? Really good segment, though. Major news in Romania. Oh, no. Also, we're starting to research stuff slowly. But we're researching stuff. Slowly. But yeah, I think we're more or less done with this planet. We are el finito with this planet. That's Pelagos done. Yeah, we've been here for a while, but we're pretty much done here. The biggest Orthodox church was finally finished, and its opening had 20,000 people were left outside in the rain while the rich ones stayed inside, of course. There's a fascist legionary song played there by the church members. I should not be surprised at all. Wait, you're telling me that a bunch of, like, LARPing dipshits, or LARPy fucking dipshits, I never would have thought that could be the case. Inconceivable. I'm shocked. In my hecking Romania? No. Inconceivable. Not in my hecking Romania. Alright, which areas need calciners? You do, because you actually do make use of stone brick. I mean, this area also makes stone brick, but do we really need calciners? Honestly, no. We don't even make that much concrete. Bucharest and Sector 5, there were some evacuations, both illegal and legal. But at the same time, not even one of them were ethnically enforced and resulted in families homeless. And a hunger protest in the city, one of the main voices was the lady with 3 young kids that paid bills and also sent them to school and all. It's horrible. Nice. We love Romania. Heckin' based of my Romania Reno. Novice and Egress are probably the ones that want the calciners the most for making stone brick. That kind of stuff is going to happen everywhere in the US. Yeah, the government is still... Right, the government's still shut down, and it's not showing any signs of opening, right, Boy Meets Mini? This place does not need... No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Actually, Ceres could use that because of the calciners, because of being able to smelt lithium plate, but that smelting of lithium plate is going to be way more fucking useful on Aquilo. It's going to be very efficient on Aquilo. Do I want to replace all this shit with calciners? Well, making things with fluid value in this planet is a pain in the ass, so no. We'll do it for here. Should we do it for here? Do we even need calciners here? Because again, we have free fluid value, or fuel value right here. Yeah, might as well. We don't even make that much stone brick. Not even that necessary. Even for over here, it's not even that necessary. I don't even have the right fucking... What's wrong with me? Prod 2s? That is unacceptable. So yeah, I think we want just calciners over here and over here. And eventually for Aquilo. Because, like... I've said this before, but this building is actually really fucking good. The third, during the DEF CON, there was a dark web scheme run by Romanian scammers that made a hitman site and made people pay insane amounts of money to kill people. They scammed all over the world, even Microsoft workers and lawyers, medics, etc. There is a well-explained video from DEF CON 33rd edition, which is mad crazy, not gonna lie. Yeah, wasn't there a really big scam ring thing that was also busted? Not in Romania, but I think in somewhere in the Baltic regions, I think was was also busted, I think. Right? I don't remember where exactly, but there was a big fucking scam ring that was also fucking busted. It was big. It was big. Same ones, eh? Nice meme. We love our heckin' based trad Romanian scammers, our favorite guys. Oh, that's actually fine. What I want to do is I just need to do a few measurements. So if we just not have this recipe, what else can we make with this stuff? Oh yeah, this is another reason why this shit's kind of useful, potentially in our rig, because we can make glass. Oh, this is also useful on Moshine as well. Okay, so we want this shit on Moshine. We want this shit on... Oh, you can use this to make aluminum plate. Oh, we have forges for that, foundries for that. It's better. So yeah, we want these on Moshine. We want these on a bunch of different places. They made a safe web browser teaching how to hire hitmen. It was a top search for years. And in the plain view explaining how to not get scammed and be safe on dark web while searching. Yeah, that is rather ironic. Hmm. 4.5 per second? Jesus. Wow. This thing's incredibly efficient. What about for the production of glass? Oh, we're definitely gonna put a bunch of these on Moshine and shit. No, it's got a bunch of good stuff here. Look at that. It consumes less because of the inherent productivity bonus and everything, right? And it produces just way, way, way more in terms of output. It's just so much better. Jesus. And what do we have to put in terms of fuel value for these things is the question. Oh, we got a bunch of petroleum gas. Light oil. Gotta get ready for Hell's College. You have a good one there, Eptius. Good hearing from you, bud. I remember engineering school. You would. Listen, if I was Nick Fuentes, I'd be saying, yeah, you would remember that, you fucking J-slur. Yeah, dang. Yeah. Okay, we also have to come back here in order to basically fix everything as well. Do I not have any plastic? Why do I have no plastic? Why do I have no petroleum? Right. I guess it's another reason why I need to come back here to fix this. Not to say, no petroleum? What the fuck is going on here? I now see the problem. Well, we're gonna have to completely fix up this planet. Oh boy, there's gonna be a lot of fixing that we're gonna have to do on this planet, by the way. Because the mod got fucking updated and recipes got changed and the new planet was also added. So we got a lot of things we need to fix. Lots and lots of fixing. We're gonna have to tear apart parts of this factory for sure. At least we can finally completely reorganize this shit right here. Because we now have roboports available to us. Oh. It would appear also the buildings in which the belts that we use are also changed. Yeah, it's a complete mess here that we're gonna have to fix. Oh. Okay, so these are fucking made on the next planet over. You can't make these on our rig anymore. Well. We have no more white transport belts. That's kind of annoying. Man, we're gonna have to rip apart a lot of this shit, huh? Oh, Good thing everyone everywhere already has its white fucking goddamn transport belts. Well, if they're now made on that planet instead, time to drop all fucking plans, and that is the next planet that we're going to be headed towards. It's gonna be right here. Solar panel and atmosphere, 10%. Well, no solar power. Good to know. Average lightning power density. Lightning, eh? Okay. Oh, this is interesting. We are actually going to have to use a ship that, we're gonna have to use a fucking ship that utilizes rocket turrets. This is gonna be our first interstellar planet. Which makes sense. I mean, we had to research to unlock access to this planet. We needed to research it with interstellar science packs. This is gonna be our first redesign of a ship. We're gonna have to make a medium freighter. At least that's how I'm classifying it. Based on weapon types. Light freighters only need gun turrets. Mediums need both guns and rockets. And heavies need all three weapons. The last one being railguns. That's how I'm choosing them, to classify them by weapon types, which I believe is... That's how you're supposed to do it anyways, I think, right? Like, you're supposed to classify these motherfuckers by weapon type? Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna, like, so what needs calciners, then? You do for the stone brick. So you're gonna get calciners. Not you. You don't need them. You are gonna get calciners. Anywhere that needs a lot of stone brick. This thing's gonna be able to pay... This place is literally gonna just be able to shit out stone brick now. So, you're getting calciners. You're gonna get calciners because that's bright. Glass. You need to be completely reformed, basically. And you don't need them. Okay, so it's gonna be Novice, Egress, Moshine, and then Arig, because we have to fix it. Yeah, we have to fix this place. At least we still have the ability to make assembling machine 4s. So I guess it's not all the end. It's not the complete end of the world, basically. However, now that we finally have the ability to use bots on this fucking goddamn planet, we can finally get and use make a mall in the area. So that's going to be a good reformation project. I don't think my pollution cloud is going to spread out any further than this. Oh, actually, it's receding a little bit, eh? Oh, because the trees are doing their job right there. These random holes right here, it's because the trees are doing their job. But yeah, our pollution cloud is manageable. No enemies around anywhere. We've taken care of all of them. We'll come back here eventually. So then we can just get rid of this little outpost and use it as, honestly, probably additional sources of titanium sludge. I'm gonna be quite honest. Yeah, so I don't need to surround myself with weapons. That, Talendar, who I believe is the creator of the mod, I think. Because that dude keeps leaving comments on the VODs of where I'm playing on this planet. Talk about, like, oh yeah, this is why we did this thing. So I'm just like, oh, I guess you are a creator of the mod. That's cool. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Fucking sick nasty. Yeah, the creator, the creator fucking found out. They just found the VODs. Which is cool. But yeah, how you're supposed to play this planet in reality is you're supposed to have, like, small outposts. Obviously, we didn't do that. We obviously did not put a bunch of fucking small outposts everywhere. It's just a centralized location. And Beer Bash with the raid of 2 people. How are we doing today? It's fine evening Beer Bash. We just finished this planet, this archipelago planet, where we barely used any of the archipelagos. But hey, we have oil rigs and outposts, so that's cool. Oh yeah, yeah, it is Monday, isn't it? So yeah, it would be D&D day for Mr. Johnson. Oh yeah, we just basically finished with this planet. We're basically done here. And we're just discussing what our next plans are, the next steps. That is what is being talked about, the next steps. And that is some slight improvements needed to the factory, as well as a bunch of other bullshit. Yeah, some just slight improvements. We got some cool stuff. We got these floating electric poles, which are probably good. They'll be useful somewhere. I don't know where, but they'll be useful somewhere. These things aren't bad. Floating electric poles. We got oil rigs. I think oil rigs are pretty cool, actually. I really like the oil rigs. These things are awesome. Tons of storage, their own power grid and everything. Really, really great. The barreling machine is interesting. I like the barreling machine. It's interesting. Niche applications, though. You can definitely find a place where they could be useful for sure. Boats were fun and cool. I like boats. Still like trains more, obviously. They're obviously more efficient. Duh, but... and a lot faster. That's why they're more efficient. But boats are fun. That's why I mostly got this mod, because I was just like, I want to do stuff with boats. We got to do stuff with boats, and that was fun. I like boats. Boats are nice. And we're pretty much done with this planet. This place is going to be pretty much self-sufficient on its own. And we shouldn't be getting harassed by any enemies. I mean, if we had to, and I just had to ship in a bunch of artillery just in case, I could just ship in a bunch of artillery just in case, but I don't think we need to. Yeah, I really don't think we need to ship in a bunch of artillery just in case. I see a nice big old yield of fucking titanium sludge here, though. That is a lot of titanium sludge. Alex Roivos, I'm gonna colonize your fucking planet. I'm heading over to fucking Mexico as we speak now. I'm heading over to Chicago as we speak now. Your ass is now grass, buddy. Yeah, wallahi, it's over. Yeah, you're cooked now, buddy. Can't believe that it took this long for Boy Meets Mini to shout out Beer Bash. Also, yeah, I know you were being a homo queer. I understand. Yeah. Also, yeah. I have a YouTube channel. We're getting We're on the road to 300 subscribers. We're at 285 right now. So yeah, fucking like, comment, subscribe on the fucking YouTube. I do segments and shit. Obviously, I also stream on there. Blah blah blah. Do all that, like, comment, subscribe, all that good YouTube algo shit. You know how it is. Fucking sub to the YouTube. Do it, pussy. But yeah, so what do we need to do? We need to have a bit of a retrofitting. We're going to be doing a little bit of a retrofitting. We'll be definitely talking about the New York election tomorrow, for sure. That's a tomorrow thing. We're definitely talking, I mean, we've been talking about our boy Zohran. What we're talking about today with Zohran is mostly just, like, a lot of the shit that he's currently talking about and yapping about as, like, the final parts of his campaign. The final thing that I think I want... Heavy gun turret. Import Pelagos. It's time to ship these off to Maluna. This thing does deliver our science, but it's not too out of the way for us, so we can just stop by there real quick, because it's not very out of the way. And then keep coming back and forth to Pelagos to grab science. Continue researching. Ugh. But this was a fun planet. It was a tough planet. Very complex. It was good. I enjoyed it. Lots of mechanics culminating together into one. It's good. Good planet. I'm trying to think. Would we want the calciners in space? Probably not. So I don't think those do anything for us whatsoever. No. No, we don't. What's giving fuel value? Probably nothing. Yeah, I think we're out of here. Picked up our calciners from here. Sure as hell did. Man, I have so much shit on this fucking ship, man. I probably do not need that. That's a little overkill. I think that's a little overkill. Our power grid's able to handle the rocket launches as well, so that's good. Just can't have any modules in there, otherwise it starts to die. Though honestly, I could put in 5 productivity modules and other shit in there. That's right. Maybe I should just grab some oil rigs. Right, I want oil rigs. Oil rig. Import Pelagos. Let's go with just 20 of them. Let's get some of these. Ugh, it's so, like, without the speed beacons on these things, you can just notice how much slower they are. But if I were to put these in... That's straining the power a little bit. Should be fine. Yeah, it's not working. Oh, it does not like that. Lovely. Oh, that's right. We now have the, so we have new fucking rockets, I guess. Those are cool, I guess. Interesting. These fucking things. Oh, why don't we build some of these? Crane ball stack inserters. So then I can get rid of these dumbass stack inserters. So knowing these are gonna be fucking 1x3, aren't they? You do not need that much titanium plate. Titanium is a relatively precious resource. I don't care about engines and all that shit. That's just iron. Oh, I definitely do not want 20 of those, then it's going to take fucking forever to fill up. Never mind. We'll go with 10 instead. Actually, how about a little less than that? But I am very curious to see these new gun turrets in action. Because they are 3x3. Wow. They have so much more health in comparison. So 2x2, right? That shooting speed, 10 plus 15. Range is a little less, but, you know, given the size of the heavy gun turret, it's about the same. Works out about the same. In terms of the range and everything, but that health amount. Triple the fucking health, dude. And that fire rate, 2.4 times as much. That's a huge increase. 10 plus 15, 25 per second. 60 per second. God damn. That's crazy. These motherfuckers shoot real fast. That's fun, though. We like our big guns. But I am curious. Hieron. What do we have exactly available from here? Well, stuff that we've already researched and have available to us and can build already that's meant to come from this planet. So, there's that. Big refraction ray collector. Advanced rock quartz still processing. And we already have access to Logistics 4, because that used to only just be Arig specific before this planet got made, so... We managed to sneak on in terms of a lot of this fucking technology. But we have to still go to the planet so we can actually make that shit there. Because we can't make it. Anymore. For now. Which is a little annoying. What about polishing, eh? And then refraction science pack. I don't even know what half this fucking shit does. Nanoscale lenses, polishing compound, and a polisher. To make polishing diamonds. Fuck's a ruby laser for? What does this do? What's the purpose of this? I'm getting a feeling that we need a lot of electromagnetic plants. We got a refraction plant, particle manipulation. Let us turn raw quartz to calcite. That seems rather important. No, they're the exact mirrors of one another. That's cool. Gives us access to coal. Particle manipulator. Crystallization motors. Beryllium processing. Beryllium. Space Facilities 1. Space Manufacturer. The fuck is a space manufacturer? Beryllium coating. Makes better walls, I guess? Okay. Refractory ceramics. Oh, that's for the wall and shit. Fiber optics cables. Am I building a network? Advanced quartz processing? Fuck is the difference between an advanced raw quartz and just raw quartz? Guess we're gonna find out. What a random assortment of fucking shit. Or is this for Arig? Again, we're gonna find out. Here's some rather interesting. So I guess we make polished quartz, rubies, and sapphires. And also emeralds. The emeralds are used to make rocket silos. That's a little weird. This is a really interesting assortment of items to make rocket parts. Engines, carbon fiber, and rocket fuel. And rocket fuel, that's normal. Carbon fiber and engine units? Engine units are not very difficult. That's pretty easy. That's an easy one. That's not a hard one. That's a pretty easy one to make. For rocket parts. Not for a rocket part, but carbon fiber? Only way we can make carbon fiber is by probably shipping it in. I'm taking a guess that we're probably gonna have to ship in a bunch of stuff into this planet. Never mind. We can make carbon fiber here by Boy Meets Mini, I need you to take... What the fuck is this recipe? Look at this shit. What kind of goofy-ass recipe is this? Huh? Huh? One of the goofiest fucking recipes I've ever seen in my life. Look at this shit. You put carbon in lava. Nah, the amount of lava is not the concern. It's the fact that this uses lava is what I find to be really silly. So if you take some carbon and some lava and you put it into a thing that polishes, that makes carbon fiber? I mean, same with rocket fuel. You take some polishing compound, quartz, and carbon, and that makes rocket fuel. What? Huh? Okay. Okay. That's weird, bro. Cargo landing pad. And I believe the reason why it's saying cargo landing pad there is I believe this planet does not allow for drop pods. I think it doesn't allow for any drop pod usage. Oh, that's actually pretty decent for robot energy usage. 0.75? Oh, that's not bad. But yeah, this is a lava planet, so lava is unlimited. Which means we're gonna abuse that as much as we can. And we have quartz furnace. Do we make metallic ore processing? What does that do? Metallic ore smelting. 80% of the time you get copper plate. 40% of the time you get fucking copper. That's weird. Oh, we got sifting again, eh? Refraction ray collector. Collects lightning. Extracts light from gems to produce power. So we don't have any other power creation method besides this shit. Okay. Polishing fluid. Or compound, rather. Iron ore and lava. Look, that's not too hard. Then you need... Something tells me you are going to need a lot of this polishing fluid. Or compound, rather. Rock quartz and polishing compound makes polished quartz. Makes sense. And then obviously this goofy ass shit right here. Something tells me we need a lot of polishers. What is this building? Crafting speed of 2. 4 module slots. No inherent productivity bonus? No? None? It's not bad. It's fine. Got the crafting speed of 2. It's pretty good. What about you? Geode mining drill. It's a big mining drill. With a 1x1 area. Huh? But it's got resource drain of 50%, so... Okay, I'm fine with that. That's acceptable. I don't have a problem with this. Wait, they want you to start with burners? Ew. Burners. It's disgusting. Oh, I see. They're meant to mine the geodes. That being the sapphire, the emerald, and the rubies. I guess that makes sense. And then that's how you make science. Okay. Well, that's a little interesting. Definitely interesting planet. Well, either way, we have to get there in order to get our fucking cum. We must have a return to cum. Cum. I'm gonna come. Cool. That's interesting. Alright. Well, now that we have an idea of what the fuck is going on, kind of, we know that there's, we are going to after all of our improvements, we put the calciners around, yada yada yada. We are definitely going to Hyrion. Hyrion? Hyrion. 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 We're definitely going here next. Because we need our belts. We cannot live without our belts. It's time for me to start schizophrenically scouring anywhere that has hyper transport belts. To be like, oh, we need that shit. I need that. I need it. I need it. And luckily we got enough explosive damage, right? So this is going to be useful, by the way. Rocket ammo productivity. That's going to be nice to have. But we'll get there when we get there. So I researched enough explosive damage because it's at level 12 is a power spike specifically for rocket damage. Because normally it's a 3-shot for the big asteroids. Once you get to level 12, it's a 2-shot. Being able to save 33% ammo is pretty good, I'd say. Pretty good. Yeah. Yep. Good. In the great words of Bernie Sanders. Yep. Good. Yeah, we like that shit. So we need to make a nuclear... We're gonna have to make a new ship. Our medium freighters. But we will be calling it there for the Factorio for the time being. But yeah, we are done with Pelagos. Pelagos is finished. It's a fun planet. Definitely interesting. Big challenge. Big brain. Very cool. Very good. I like me some Pelagos. Nothing to complain about in terms of Pelagos. I just like saying Pelagos like that because now I have no idea if the mod creator Talendar is like Greek, but it's Pelagos is very Greco inspired, very great Greek name. Let me double check if that's actually the case. Did Talendar create Pelagos? Okay, I just want to get the... Yep, Talendar did make it. I was not being inaccurate. I was being correct. That was the mod creator who randomly stumbled into the VOD. But yeah, this also has some applications for differing planets as well. So, Pelagos methane overwrites Ceres methane. Methane is an essential resource on Pelagos. It's almost unused on Ceres. That's true. That is true. Meraxis. Coconut sealant can be turned into super sealant substance if Meraxis is installed. Recipe enables itself when you research Project Sea Dragon, just like the regular super sealant substance. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So it just transforms into that. I'm guessing the recipe doesn't change. Makes sense. Makes sense. For R-Rig, landfill productivity also affects sandstone foundation, which is convenient. It is good. Well, that's interesting. Coconuts. Oh, that's a good question. What did happen to that dumbass's other Pokemon? This man Lysander used to have Honchkrow and a fucking Yinshao. He doesn't have that anymore. He does not have those anymore. I mean, I guess it's because they're just not in the fucking decks. That's why. Just easier than that way. You know, I see a lot of people complaining, well, not complaining, being, I think, rightfully worried about Zohran Mamdani potentially being another John Fetterman. I don't agree with that, I'll be honest. I don't think so. Did John Fetterman get, like, I don't know, positive coverage from Barack Obama? I don't think so, not really. Barack Obama has now on multiple occasions spoken positively of Zohran Mamdani. Like, even today, he spoke positively of him. So that's interesting. And, like, the biggest difference is that Zohran never courted Zionists or AIPAC, whereas John Fetterman did. Now, we can always just be like, oh, hey, oh, I completely forgot about the fact that, during my whole fucking shtick on whatever the fuck... Actually, no, this is important for me to mention. It's actually really bad of me to not have mentioned this. Fuck my life. Yeah, I forgot about this. Here. Oh yeah, and before I forget to mention, this was Fuentes' response to all of this, I don't know, essential screed. Not screed, but these things that Ben Shapiro was fucking talking about. He just basically took the same shit that Ben Shapiro said in order to talk about, well, how much he does not like Nick Fuentes, and just flipped it on its head. No to Ben Shapiro, no to the neocons, no to dual citizens, no to Benjamin Netanyahu, no to cancel culture, no to genocide and ethnic cleansing, no to the Christ-hating Talmud, no to Greater Israel, no to our Jewish oligarchy, America first, America forever. And he got way more likes in comparison to Ben Shapiro's thing. Like, writing's on the wall, man. It's on the wall. Everything that Ben Shapiro purports to like and stand for and fight for, that's a wrap, bro. It's a wrap. Like, he's not gonna win this war. People want the fucking neo-Nazism in comparison to just tepid neo-fucking liberalism. And I mostly just say, like, people as in, not like a general sort of the people in general. I mean this sort of like within the Republican Party. The young within the Republican Party want what Nick Fuentes is selling and not what Ben Shapiro is selling, because it's been a complete utter failure for the past 40 fucking years. But yeah, like pack it up, Ben. you've lost. This war is over. You're not getting anyone back with this correct attempt at trying to shun the fucking Groypers. Nah. He's done the thing that he's been wanting to do for a long time. That's been mainstreaming himself and mainstreaming his fucking ideas. So it's pretty much Wallahi fucking cooked for people like Ben Shapiro that shit like this is fucking happening. Now, of course, it could just be because of how loud and annoying neo-Nazis are online. That could also be the fucking case, but it's not hyperbolic or ridiculous to say that nobody is interested in the shit that Ben Shapiro is selling anymore. Not anymore. No one wants neoliberalism. No one wants neocons. That shit's fucking over. And, neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes is just saying this because he's a fucking liar. And he just hates Jews. That's really about it. But yeah, in terms of this, popularity contest spat, Ben's fucking lost. And he helped also create this environment. Don't think there's much else to say besides that. No. Bad. Who the fuck is Cruel World Happy Mind? Who the fuck is that? Talking to Cruel World Happy Mind about her video on me. Okay. So someone made a video criticizing Ethan Klein? Ethan Klein more than likely had a fucking conniption about it, because Ethan Klein will always have a fucking conniption about it consistently. Okay. And because nobody likes Ethan Klein? Okay. New York Times with a piece. Nick Fuentes was Charlie Kirk's bitter enemy. Now he's becoming his successor. Not exactly, but he is the one who's basically taken it all over. He is the one who ultimately pushed Charlie Kirk further to the right. That's not ridiculous to say. Man, oh 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 man. What a crazy, crazy, wacky time. Well, anywho. I'll be right back. Oh, I'll be right back. We're gonna get water. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And then we'll talk about the final two topics de jour. But I'll be right back, gamers. Oh man, 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 oh man. What's up, gamers? Oh, Boy Meets Mini. Boy Meets Mini. We got some big fucking news, by the way. Nancy Pelosi will not seek re-election. So, Shite-Caught Trucker Body. This is from Newswire, so grain of salt. Grain of salt might not be 100% accurate. But yeah, big news for Shite-Caught Trucker Body. That dumbass. Well, not dumbass. Nancy Pelosi was actually very politically effective. But that Nancy Pelosi is allegedly not seeking re-election. Big fucking news. I don't know who the fuck else is gonna be going in there. Rod Dreher told the New York Times that has it on good authority that 40% of Republican DC staffers under 30 are groypers. It can't be true. Republican staffers are usually white. Ay. That's funny. Okay, the dude who probably responded to that might have been a fucking Nazi or a Groiper or some shit. Maybe, but... I mean, it's... that's true! Oh, man, bro. That's funny. This is the dumbass I got into a spat with Boy Meets Mini. I need to take a look at that. Ah, God, I'm so glad that I called this dumbass a fucking grifter, because that dumbass is a fucking grifter. Fuckwit. every fucking time with these fucking grifters. The consistent pattern of behavior. Diversity can be a weakness. Andrew Cuomo, why are you saying that, little buddy? Oh, Andrew. Cool Girls for Capitalism from Channel 5, Andrew Cuomo fundraiser, and there's like no one there. God, that's so funny. It's so funny, and one of them is like a stupid MAGA ass hat. Ah, it's so good. Obama stopped short of endorsing. I figured. Dean Withers. This man Zohran Mamdani is making a huge fucking final media circuit push. Like, he's been on CNN today, MSNBC. I think he also was on with Ali Velshi. He was also talking with like Dean Withers and shit, and David Pakman. He's going on a media. I think he also had a fucking speech. He's going crazy right now. Can I sort this by most recent? Yeah, my man has been on a fucking social media, like, just not a social media, but a general media blitz. Trump, Nigeria. He saw a segment on fucking Fox News about this? Jesus Christ, bro. And that's why he wants to do an invasion of fucking Nigeria. Oh, man. Fucking Grandpa Simpson fucking moment, bro. Pearl Davis. It's sad to see at Ben Shapiro run from a debate with at Nick Fuentes. That's funny, man. That's fucking funny, bro. VTuber doctor faces death threats over flu shot reminder. Psycan. Bro's a doctor and a VTuber. Why would you choose to be a VTuber when you're a doctor already? That's crazy. Dude wrote a post about making by saying to people to get a flu shot, and bro got death threats for it. That's genuinely fucking insane. That's not even the fucking correct vaccine to have a schizophrenic conniption over. That's supposed to be for MMR fucking vaccines, man. ay, ay. Anywho, I think I got everything I wanted. All right. Kwame Mamdani. Ugh. Let's get started with this shit. At the time of recording, today is the day. The day of destiny, I suppose, for lack of a better term. If to be as pageant as possible. It is election day in New York City. Final pitches from all the candidates and whatnot. And Trump decided to endorse Cuomo. Trump says he'd vote for Cuomo. Oof. Oof. In a city that really does not like Andrew fucking... not Andrew Cuomo, but Donald fucking Trump. You're getting the endorsement of basically fucking Voldemort. Yikes, Andrew. I wonder why... I don't know, a pedophile rapist is also, I don't know, endorsing a fucking rapist. I couldn't possibly think of anything. Another blow to the Cuomo campaign. Ooh! Elon also endorsing Cuomo. I think he wrote a tweet saying, like, if you live in New York and you want to keep your city, you should vote for not Zohran Mamdani, but Andrew Cuomo, or some shit, like... in whatever dumb fuck Elon voice or some shit. Meanwhile, our boy Zohran, he's been making quite the fucking media tour. He's been going around on all the fucking goddamn shows. What, Brian Tyler Cohen, he's been yucking it up with, I think, MSNBC and a bunch of other fucking interviews. He went to a bunch of nightclubs out late as well, at like 1 a.m., 2 p.m., he went to like a gay club as well, some kind of gay bar or something, receiving tons of fucking cheers, which I found really funny because all these motherfuckers love to say that Zohran Mamdani is a jihadist. Most jihadists tend to be right-wing extremists and extremely fucking homophobic, and now all these motherfucking like weirdo conservatives and Republicans like to pretend that they give much of a flying fuck at all about gay people all of a sudden. Well, that's a little fucking suspicious. That's a little weird. And he's been on what we already said, MSNBC. He got a call from Obama as well. So that's pretty cool. That's interesting. Zohran Mamdani on Obama call. Dems who helped Trump. I'm curious about this now. I'm curious mostly about the Obama call. I want to see what exactly is mentioned there.
Joining me now is Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee running for mayor of New York City. Thanks for being here. It's a pleasure to be on. It's great to have you. You've campaigned on affordability for a long time. Let's take a look.
True.
When we all fight together on this issue of housing, we are in a fight for housing justice for every single New Yorker. From 2021 to 2022, the rents went up 34%. We're committed to freezing the...
Hold on. Oof. Okay. That's a rough mustache, I have to say.
We're committed to freezing the rent for the more than 2 million unstabilized tenants. It's the weight that is often costing so much to actually build the housing we need in the city.
Why has this always been a priority for you, and is it connecting?
I think first I want to just apologize for the mustache that you showed in that hypercut. It's just a horrific decision that I made, and one that I'm not looking to regret. Housing continues to be the #1 cost that's pushing New Yorkers out of the city. I used to be a foreclosure prevention housing counselor. I'd work with homeowners struggling to stay in their homes, and I found that this wasn't just an issue for tenants. It was also for homeowners who were facing the possibility of delinquency on their mortgage because they were on the precipice of not being able to make ends meet. And that was the case when I was counselor, the case when I was a assembly member, it continues to be the case now that I'm running to be mayor. And it's the #1 way that we can actually keep New Yorkers here.
By the way, the thing that he also started with was that housing video. A quick reminder on the Mike Gravel project as well on that YouTube channel. Good video here. He's talking about the history of affordable housing and everything. He's been very, very, very fucking consistent on this messaging about affordable fucking housing.
Ensuring that we bring down the cost of living specific to housing costs.
You talk about freezing rent. Is that something that you view as a bold new thing, or, as you've also mentioned, something that the mayor has the power to do the past administrations have done?
I think it's a mixture, and this clearly has precedent. We saw the previous administration did this 3 times, and we are living in a time of politics where politicians try to convince the public that there's nothing they can do. And so to even have the idea that we could actually help people, it's seen as a departure from what so many are being told in this moment. And freezing the rent, right, this is about 2.5 million New Yorkers in a city of 8.5 million. The mayor has the power to freeze their rent. I'm saying I'm going to do that for 4 years, and that's in stark contrast to the current mayor, Eric Adams, who's raised the rent by more than 12%, and who decided that the person he saw his record most in anyone running for mayor was Andrew Cuomo.
Your campaign's making news with President Obama calling you. He says you're impressive to watch.
There we go.
Can you tell us what you talked about, and do you want his endorsement?
I appreciated that conversation with the president. I appreciated his.
So as far as I can tell, I believe that Obama did not give his fucking endorsement. He said he wants to be like, I don't know, a fucking sounding board or some shit for Zohran Mamdani. I don't know why the fuck he's saying that. Like, is he trying to, like, I don't know, crimp sort of Zohran Mamdani style or some shit? The main differences between people like Zohran Mamdani and Barack Obama is that Zohran Mamdani actually believes in things, and Barack Obama is a charlatan. He is a liar who just maxed out his stats and fucking charisma. He had the fucking Riz, and that's pretty much all he really, really had going for him, because in terms of, like, policy, nah, basically fucking nothing.
His thoughts that he shared about our campaign, and I also shared with him that when I was facing the bigoted and racist attacks, especially that have amplified over the last few weeks, that I looked to his State of the Union, State of a More Perfect Union address as an inspiration for how to rise above the 24-hour news cycle of an electoral campaign and speak to the soul of the politics in our city and our country. And I really appreciated the model that he presented.
Did you tell him as a nominee you would like his endorsement?
Yeah, because here's the thing, like, so much for, I don't know, Zohran Mamdani telling off Obama consistently or some shit, because that's like an argument that Andrew Cuomo fucking made for some reason, and it's just like, dog. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, he's not, like, actively going to try to court Obama or anything. If Obama decides to throw his weight behind Zohran, he never will. He'll, like, talk positively about him, but that's really about it, because he is a Democrat. I mean, honestly, it's better than fucking Hakeem Jeffries. Didn't Hakeem Jeffries just say that Zohran Mamdani is not the fucking future of the Democratic Party? Let me fucking grab that real quick. Yeah, we got our boy, our favorite little deer-faced man over here in the headlights, talking about Zohran Mamdani. So, he had his, like, really tepid non-endorse, like, I'm not counting that as a fucking endorsement, from Hakeem Jeffries, because he and Chuck Schumer, since they are dinosaurs who just want to get more fucking AIPAC money, they just are willing to do basically everything possible in order to push for positions, maybe not positions, but for basically, they just want to do literally anything possible, and I mean anything possible, to keep getting that fucking corporate cash and to keep the left pro-Israeli, in the words of fucking Chuck Schumer. And well, unfortunately, the voters are actively rejecting that stuff, and more and more people are starting to refuse taking fucking AIPAC money. So much for that attempt there, Chucky boy.
Donnie is the future of the Democratic Party?
No, I think the future of the Democratic Party is going to fall, as far as we're concerned, relative to the House Democratic Caucus and members who are doing a great work all across the country as it relates to our need to both take back control.
I don't think there's anything, because he's just gonna fucking waffle. It doesn't matter what he says. Like, he's completely out of touch. Like, he knows in the back of his mind that his time is cooked. He's cooked. Wallahi, he is fucking cooked.
bring up endorsements because, frankly, in these final days, the only endorsement I'm looking for is from that of the people who call the city home.
Let's talk a little more policy because budget's a big deal.
It's pretty good.
Your platform says you'll raise the corporate tax rate to 11.5%, and you point out, just like neighboring New Jersey, that's 5B, and then tax the wealthiest 1% above basically people over millionaires, the flat 2% tax.
That's 4B.
Go ahead, 4B. Okay. And so what does that get you, and what do you say to people who are concerned that New York is already taxed enough?
So that would get you $9 billion, and then we also said that we would save.
Okay, I already hate that fucking framing that New Yorkers are taxed enough. You literally just said yourself that it's going to be the fucking millionaires and the wealthy who are getting a flat 2% fucking tax. And oh no, a flat 2% tax on the fucking richest, most wealthiest fucking New Yorkers. It's gonna be the end of the world. Like, unironically, and this is the exact same fucking shit that fucking Zohran Mamdani himself said. It's like, yeah, this dumbass Bill Ackman, for example, that miserable little fucking wretch. Who good if he leaves. Same with Andrew Cuomo. Good, yeah, go to Florida, you two stupid dumbass bitches. You dumbasses are still gonna have all of your businesses in fucking Florida. Good luck running a fucking hedge fund out of fucking Florida, Bill Ackman. What assets are you gonna take from fucking Florida in that decrepit fucking shithole of a state? Nice fucking meme. You do that, buddy. I digress. The thing with these motherfuckers is, like, they're gonna complain, bitch, moan, and complain about a fucking 2% tax, which is, like, nothing. Like, and this is what Zohran Mamdani himself said. He literally said that, yeah, Bill Ackman has been throwing more money, trying to run, like, negative ads and give more and more money to fucking Andrew Cuomo than I would be fucking taxing him. So it's just like, okay, whatever, bro. Very, very cool. Yeah, no one ever talks about the plight of the billionaire. Yeah, exactly.
$1 billion through procurement reform, through the following of the independent budget office's analysis of hiring more fiscal auditors, and also by finally starting to collect on the fines and fees from landlords that owe the city currently about $800 million over a period of overall fines and fees of about $2.5 billion. So this is our revenue plan. This would more than pay for our economic agenda. It would actually allow us to start Trump-proofing our city. And what I mean by that is we're seeing right now what the Trump agenda portends for New Yorkers. This is a man who ran a presidential campaign on the premise of cheaper groceries that is now trying to cut SNAP benefits and make it even harder to afford those same groceries. And we have to protect New Yorkers with the least from the attacks from the man with the most power in this country. And that's also what I see as a responsibility.
And yeah, quick reminder, literally Trump had a fucking Great Gatsby-themed fucking party at Mar-a-Lago of all cases. Like, unironically, it's so fucking on the nose, just the utter contempt that the Republicans have always had, and establishment fucking Democrats have always had for the poor.
So let's get into this. Some people say, oh, that's a bad idea. They don't want the government that involved. Okay, but then they're probably not New York Democrats, to be honest. Other people say, sounds like a good idea, but you can't afford it. And so I'm going to read in detail from Free Market Manhattan Institute. You're familiar with these critiques. They say Mamdani believes tax hikes will make him able to fund new initiatives. But the current city council budget actually gives you a choice. Quote, budget cuts with tax increases or greater cuts without them. The new $116 billion budget projects large gaps for $5 to $6 billion 2027 to 2029. So translation, they're saying, oh, you want to get new money, but that money's already spoken for because you're going to be in the red. Your response?
Well, they're talking about $5 to $6 billion. The proposal I put forward is about $10 billion. And I think that there's an amount of that money that's needed to fight back against these kinds of cuts. And then there's an amount of it that needs to actually fund an affirmative economic agenda. And what I mean by that is, for too long as Democrats, we've thought that simply fighting back against Donald Trump is a sufficient political message. We also have to fight for something. And so at the heart of my campaign is a commitment to make buses fast and free. That would cost around $700 million.
I love the fact that he's fucking saying that, dude, because now this is like the current political environment that we find ourselves in right now. Like, you have to be for something, not fucking against something. Like, be for things, not against things. Like, don't fucking do any of that bullshit.
That fits firmly within the question of political reality. It's just, do we have the political will to deliver it? The other commitment is about universal child care. This is something that would cost around $6 billion, something the governor is very much interested in and has been fighting for quite some time. And I appreciate not only her endorsement, but also the shared commitment on this question of affordability.
She hasn't endorsed all your funding plans yet.
No, but she has said that this is of immense importance to her. And what I've said time and again is the funding plans I put forward are the ones I think are most straightforward and direct. And also, if there's another means by which to raise the funding, the most important thing is that we actually fund this thing. The last thing I'll say is, oftentimes we talk about these initiatives only through the frame of cost, as opposed to what they generate. These initiatives will also generate significant economic benefit. $700 million is the cost of free buses. The assessment from experts is that it would generate $1.5 billion in economic benefit. $5-6 billion is the cost of universal child care. When they implemented it in Quebec, it had a 10-to-1 return because there were so many more single mothers and mothers of young children who are now entering into the workforce. My point is that we have to also understand that we can only benefit in the city when we are willing to invest in the city. These are some forms of investment.
Let's talk about Andrew Cuomo. One of the reasons you became something of an overnight political star is not just that you won a primary, but you beat Andrew Cuomo, who, frankly, a lot of Democrats around the country know more than you. And I think a year ago that was true in New York.
Yes.
Right? You beat him once. We'll see what happens Tuesday. He was just doing a new interview this weekend, and he made some remarks about diversity. I wanted to give you a chance to respond. I'll just play them in full. This was on MSNBC's Weekend.
Diversity can be a weakness.
Oh, yeah. We're going to get to this full fucking interview that Andrew Cuomo had. But he was basically doing the exact same sort of talking point I think J.D. Vance did on, like, a fucking podcast where he was talking about, like, you know, diversity is our strength, but it can also be a fucking weakness. Trying to do, like, the sort of, like, same shit that neo-Nazis and white nationalists do, saying that people like to live in, like, segregated fucking enclaves amongst their own fucking community, when every fucking indication in terms of economic data and sort of, like, cultural sort of, like, prowess is just no. No, that's not even the fucking case. New York is one of the most diverse cities on the fucking planet. Behind us, Toronto. Haha, get fucked, New York. Is an incredibly fucking diverse city, and every walk of life lives in fucking New York. So it's just like a nice meme, dude. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, New York is the city of cities. It is one of the richest, most culturally prominent cities on the planet. And what led it to that position? Oh, the fact that it's an incredibly diverse city for literally everyone. I love how this guy in the bottom left is just like, what the fuck? What are you waffling on about, bro? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, what is wrong with you, little man? Like, because again, it's just, he's repeating the exact same fucking talking point that fucking J.D. Vance also said. It's just like, why the fuck are you saying that, bro? Okay, imagine getting inspired by pudgy doughboy J.D. Vance. Jesus Christ, Andrew.
If you have antipathy among groups, Jonathan, if you have racism or anti-Semitism, etc.
Antipathy among groups, by the way. That literally, that is the exact same thing that white nationalists on Twitter say. Insane, bro.
Then you have friction. And so you have to work very hard to keep it as a positive and to make sure that it's not a negative and you have zero tolerance for any racism, any anti-Semitism, etc.
Your response.
This is the former governor, a Democrat ostensibly, of the state, who was saying that diversity can be a weakness and then proceeded to confuse the two black hosts with each other. More and more what we're seeing is that Andrew Cuomo, who ran an entire primary campaign on the premise that he was best suited to beat Donald Trump, as soon as we defeated him by 13 points, he proceeded almost immediately to get on his hands and knees to beg that same president for his help and the donors of that same president for their help. And now his closing message is to sound even more like the president than anyone else.
Are you saying a vote for Cuomo is like a vote for...
God, he's so good. Yes, it's so good. Yeah, his Italian racism is fucking showing. Yeah, he's being a little fucking, I don't know, what's the fucking... Yeah, he's being racist. Listen, we have to be more Fredo-phobic. There we go. Yeah, he's being a little bit of a fucking Fredo. Yeah, honestly, Zoran needs to be more Italophobic, okay? But not to Curtis Sliwa, okay? Curtis Sliwa, he's the only good New York Italian, okay? Because at least he's like an actual person, all right? Unlike Andrew Cuomo, who's like a robot, like an amalgamation of flesh, like a void. I don't know. Like, Andrew Cuomo is just a fucking ostensible little fucking weirdo, and it's just like, why would you say this, dude? In one of the most diverse cities on the fucking planet, you're talking about how that there's a lot of ethnic tensions between people that were stoked by mostly people like him and also people like white nationalists, talking about how people gathered in all one location is automatically always going to cause ethnic tensions, when every economic indicator and cultural indicator has said that the thing that makes cities great and as powerful and as strong as they are is how diverse that they are, generally speaking, how many people tend to fucking live in them. Trust me, you look at all the backwater, decrepit, homogenous shitholes, they tend to lag backwards in terms of economic fucking productivity. Like, Japan, looking at you, buddy. There's a reason why your economy's in the complete fucking shitter, because you're not accepting in any immigration. Like, there's a big reason, dude.
For Trump at this point? Yes, I am saying that. And I'm saying that because Donald Trump has handpicked his candidate. That candidate's name is Andrew Cuomo, and New York has a chance to handpick their fighter, and I believe that candidate should be me.
I want to cover a bunch of ground with you. This is diving into New York ballot measures. Might be a little easy, but then I heard you like that kind of stuff. Proposition 2 says basically fast-track affordable housing. You said you're the affordable housing guy. You probably know where this is going, right?
I can see where this is going.
And your...
But I'm enjoying the ride.
Okay, good. Your progressive teammate, if you will, Lander, backs this. Cuomo happens to back it. Take that for what you will. And the New York Times reports, their words, quote, Mamdani is conspicuously not taking a position on the measure. We're getting close to Tuesday. Why not tell the voters where you stand?
So I take this decision very seriously. It's one that I haven't yet made on where I stand on these ballot measures. It's one I'm going to share when I go out and vote on Election Day. And it's because I'm both incredibly excited at the prospect of building more affordable housing across the city, and I also take very seriously the concerns that have been raised, especially by labor unions, on the question of generating good jobs over the course of the same process.
So let me jump in. So it sounds like a mixed bag thing. And you're the anti-politician, and you've done pretty well on that. Why is it now, as you're on the precipice, that you wouldn't want to lead your coalition with a solution, with a plan? I mean, it almost sounds like, for whatever reason, on this housing issue, you're not sounding like some of those older politicians.
How could you? How could you?
Well, look, it's Tuesday. You probably know where you stand.
It is Tuesday, and the thing that I think is most important is to be honest with New Yorkers and to make promises that I can keep. And I want to be very, very intentional about what I share with New Yorkers and where I stand. That's why I'm taking the time that I am. As soon as I get the decision, I've now promised probably 4 reporters, but now I'll stick to the 5th.
Okay.
I'll also be sharing with you, my friend.
All right, great. An issue that's not necessarily the most important for New York City politics, but that's come up a bunch, is sort of where you stand on some of these issues that relate.
I don't know. Like, I also know that a bunch of dumbasses on Twitter, but yeah, it's very fucking stupid. Like, you've been like kind of whiff-waffling on these ballot measures. Why are you so whiff-waffling on this? And like all these like dishonest dipshits are saying like, oh, this is how you can tell that he is a terrible, terrible fucking politician or some shit. And it's just like, okay, bro, like, why the fuck does it matter, dude? Like, why? Like, let's be honest here. Why would you fucking say that? Like, this is very, very stupid. Who cares about, like, random fucking ballot propositions? Like, where he stands on them. Like, it doesn't ultimately fucking matter. It's just like, because I'm going to assume and guess that it's, like, some random fucking Abunda bullshit. Who wants to assume that it's some random fucking Abunda bullshit? And it's just like, you know, blah, blah, blah. You need to tell us where you stand on a particular ballot issue because, you know, it's very, very important that the politician in power has to stand with this, like, ballot measure. And it's just like you said, Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah, like, unironically, like, ballot measures are decisions for the fucking people. Why does it matter what the politician fucking thinks about them? It's about what the people fucking think about them. It's one of those things where it's just like, who the fuck cares?
The Jewish community in Israel. What do you say to Jewish New Yorkers, and it's the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, as you know, who are concerned that maybe there's a double standard here?
Oh, by the way, yeah, it's time for consistent talks from the media about, like, Jews. What do the Jews think about this? Why, like, all the Jewish people have to fucking think about you consistently, Zohran Mamdani, because you said Intifada. And it's just like, dog? No, he fucking didn't. He literally mentioned that in the Bulwark fucking podcast, talking about how he would not use that fucking goddamn language. And that he was talking about specifically the use of the term Intifada to describe the Polish ghetto fucking uprising that fucking happened. That's what he was talking about specifically. It's incredibly fucking stupid that these motherfuckers are just dishonestly taking this and they're just like having a schizophrenic conniption about that. And it's just out of context fucking bullshit. He was talking about how he would not use the term globalize the Intifada. He doesn't agree with it. And that in reality, people will dishonestly use the term Intifada when he was talking about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, which was an Intifada because that's what the term in Arabic for uprising means. It's Intifada. It's very, very fucking stupid.
Criticizing governments is legitimate. But is there a double standard or an extra attention on that country, which is the only Jewish state? What do you say to that?
What I say is that my politics are universal. And just today I was asked, you refuse to recognize Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state, that you only recognize its right to exist. Would you apply that elsewhere? Would you apply that to Saudi Arabia, to Pakistan? I say absolutely. Because the worth of any position is that you universally apply it across the world.
Well, that's specifically you're saying you're against sort of theocratic religious states.
Yes, and my point here is that I've heard from Jewish New Yorkers that, I disagree with you, but I'd be more comfortable if I knew that you held the standard for everyone. And my point is that yes, it has to be a standard equal for all. The other week I was on the M57, which is, by the way, the slowest bus in New York City, 4.9 miles an hour. And I was sitting there and a woman to my right introduced herself. She was a speech therapist. She told me that she was Jewish. She said that her daughter is a huge fan of the campaign phone banks. And she said, I'm not so sure. She was like, I just don't know where I stand on some of the questions about you and how you feel about the city. And I made very clear to her in the conversation that we had that I'm looking to lead the city. I'm looking to every single person that calls the city home.
Oh, by the way, this is another great thing about Zohran Mamdani. He'll actually just, like, talk with people. He'll just talk with people, which is not a thing that most of these fucking politicians say all the fucking goddamn time. They will never just talk with their constituents. Like, I think, like, literally on the day of, he was like, yeah, he was like talking with a bunch of like cab drivers within New York, the cultural icon, fucking cab drivers, the yellow cabs of New York, and he was just because he'll just like talk with people at any point in time. This is probably one of the reasons why he's gonna win. He just talks with people. He'll talk with average people. Like, quick reminder, the videos that started getting him on the map to begin with was the halalflation video, but also more specifically, him just talking with a bunch of random people within New York, talking about why they voted for for Donald Trump in the 2024 election. Because in his mind, he feels like, well, you shouldn't just like shun people. You need to meet them where they're at and ask them, be like, well, why did you vote for Donald Trump? Like, I'm just a little curious. I want to learn and just see and understand, like, why you decided to go with these decisions to vote for who you fucking voted. And it's just like, no politician fucking does that. Like, none of them fucking do that. Except this guy. He'll just talk with, like, literally anybody. Which is exactly what you should be doing if you want to be a fucking representative of the people. You talk with people. But most average politicians don't do that.
Not just those that agree with me or vote for me. And I know that there are many New Yorkers who have a wide variety of views on Israel and Palestine. I'm one of them. And my job will be to lead all of them.
And let me just ask you this way very directly. We've spoken before, but not on air. For a Jewish New Yorker...
Like, again, like, New York City mayor, we still have to talk about Israel fucking Palestine. It's so stupid.
thinks, well, wait a minute, I'm asking this without a premise, without the answer. Does he have a double standard about this country versus what's going on in China or Russia or Syria? Does that relate to Judaism in some way? What do you say to that person?
I think that if you can point me to a human rights violation or a war crime, I will condemn it no matter who it is that has done it. The concern that I have so often is also driven by a question of the unique complicity we have as Americans in what we are funding, what we are actually complicit in by virtue of our tax dollars being spent on it. And that's something that I think motivates many to ensure that those tax dollars are a reflection of our morals.
All right. You have spoken about these financial plans you have, and you made a point on New York radio, which a lot of people listen to address 50 Cent. And you know he's a critic. He's a critic of high taxes. Let me go ahead and then we'll play. Go ahead.
I didn't even know what my salary would be until I opened up Instagram and I saw this thing, which was like 50 Cent offers Mamdani X amount of money.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a very specific amount of money. I was like, oh my God, that's...
Yeah, so now we'll do this in reverse order. Sorry. He said, I'll give you $258,000 in a first-class one-way ticket out of New York. That's what you're referencing. So, here's what you did say, though, in a serious kind of policy radio interview. Let's take a look.
Okay.
I know 50 Cent is listening, he's not going to be happy about this. He tends to not like this tax policy, but I want to be very clear. This is about $20,000 a year. It's a rounding error. And all of these things together, they make every New Yorker's life better, including those who are actually getting taxed.
What do you say to him now, where, by the way, he has moved out of the city, but he's a classic New Yorker. I'm sure you like some of his songs.
Oh, man. It's actually tough for me in that way.
Yeah, so where does this debate go?
Incredible
Because his argument, and it's fun, but it's also what we hear from certain people. His argument is, there are a lot of people in New York who make a lot of money because they contribute a lot, and you're going after them. What do you say to him tonight?
You know, what I would say to you, 50, if you are indeed watching, or anyone else who's watching this show, is I continue to think that having the top 1% of New York City, who are making more than $1 million a year, having them pay 2% more for an economic agenda that would transform every New Yorker's life, including their own, is something that's worthwhile. And the reason I say including their own is when you see a city like ours that is underfunding its city agencies, that is pulling back on most basic things like library services and trash cans, everybody feels the knock-on effects of that. And my job as someone who believes deeply in the public sector is to ensure that we're delivering public excellence. And that means every dollar that we raise, I want
Sorry, Zohran Mamdani, we live in a balkanized environment, and every fucking stupid millionaire and billionaire has to be a greedy little asshole or some shit. And so it's like, that's cool. That's great. I love my heckin' bourgeoisie who doesn't want to pay their fucking taxes ever. Very, very cool.
Be able to prove to you that it's every dollar that's being well spent. That's the relationship there. And I do have to say, even though we have a disagreement on tax policy, every time I get a death threat, I still listen to many men.
That's true. You take many men for motivation. I was going to say your answer sounds a little bit like clickety clank, the money goes into my piggy bank.
Wow.
And if we had more time, we'd do more 50. Can we do some fun stuff before I let you get back on the campaign show? I've never asked any candidate this, but James Carville was here.
Okay.
And he's been a little bit more, I think he would call himself a centrist.
Oh boy,
he said Zohran Mamdani is more on message than any candidate he's ever worked with. And he said, hands down, that's a positive change. So here's the test.
Oh, God.
How quickly can you go from this topic back to affordability?
Okay.
Halloween.
Here's the thing, you're seeing candy prices shoot up across New York City. It's part of the fact that we're the most expensive city in the United States of America. You gotta take a look at that.
The movie Godfather.
That's really instantaneously the movie I'm curious about this one. Yeah, that's an easy clap. Okay, easy clap. Godfather, I'm interested in this one.
You know, there are too many people who think that the only way they can afford to live in New York City is if their father already lived here. And the fact of the matter is, you should be able to afford your own apartment and not just have to pray to God to get there.
Incredible.
Right?
You got there. Lightning round is in a word or a sentence, but it's your mic. If you go longer, you go longer. In a word or a sentence, I am a democratic socialist because
I believe in the dignity of all people.
I'm the Democratic nominee for New York because
I beat Andrew Cuomo by 13 points.
A reason conservatives are welcome in your Democratic Party is
they also have to pay rent.
Democrats are right about
that we have to take on authoritarian administration in Washington, D.C.
Something Democrats have gotten wrong.
We need to bring back working people as the focus of our party.
All right, New York, it's going to be hard for you. My bodega order is
very good.
Jalapenos.
Bagels or bialys?
Bagels.
Sure. Come on, my favorite subway line is
for nostalgia, the 9 train.
Okay.
I don't know. Fun shit aside. Okay, who cares? I don't care about this anymore. Very, very good. We love Zohran Mamdani. Well, why don't we start shitting on Andrew Cuomo and see what he's up to? He went on a fucking podcast here. I don't know what the name of this podcast is. Is this a Midas Touch podcast or something? I don't know. Whatever. Midas Touch fucking podcast. Let's operate under that assumption. So we have these podcasters calling out Andrew Cuomo, talking about how he's supported by Trump. I mean, quite unironically, he is not actually endorsed by Trump, pseudo-endorsed by Trump, saying that he would vote for Andrew Cuomo. Pretty fucking clear, I would rather say. And also talking about him just immediately fucking hanging up on that. Well, that's a little fucking interesting. What do we have here?
Your boy was just on 60 Minutes, Cuomo, saying that you're his guy.
I have no idea how these guys got fucking Andrew Cuomo on the line, by the way. Respect to them. Immediately fucking calling him out for this shit. That's genuinely fucking hilarious.
No. First of all, Trump said you're his candidate.
Wait. Hold on.
No. First of all, Trump said
he hung up and he said no, cut himself off in the middle of a sentence and hung up. That should pretty much tell you everything you need to know. He just wants to be mayor of New York because he's Andrew fucking Cuomo, and he doesn't want to have any fucking accountability for any of his actions. Complete utter fucking charlatan behavior from Andrew fucking Cuomo. Oh my god, that's incredible, dude.
Said you're his candidate. If he had to pick a bad Democrat or what did he say? Or a communist. Or a communist, he's picking you.
Do they know that he's gone? Oh my God.
Hello?
I think they cut him off. I think he had to. They had to rap.
You just oh.
Dude, this is a fucking terrible look for fucking Andrew Cuomo. Oh my God. Like, because he constantly tries to deflect from the fact that he gets support from fucking Donald Trump. He gets asked about it straight to his fucking face, saying, your boy was just on... We'll get to fucking Trump on 60 Minutes because, oh boy. That was a fucking real doozy. And that he's saying that he or his guy, and he's just like, no, and then hangs up immediately. Bro, why would you do that? That makes you look so fucking bad, dude. Oh my lord.
I really wanted to hear that answer.
I
That's what I was going to ask you.
Ebro just got spicy.
Oh.
I heard a click before the boop.
Oh, he hung up.
Wow.
He said no and hung up. He rage quit.
Okay.
He rage quit. He actually just rage quit. That's incredible, dude. Well, you know, when his ass probably gets fucking beat. Listen, I know that like every like schizophrenic weirdo and freak and like bot farm account has been constantly pushing like one particular outlier poll, talking about how actually Andrew Cuomo is going to win. Although their final poll also said that Zohran Mamdani was also going to win, which is genuinely fucking hilarious. I really do think that Andrew Cuomo is going to get blown the fuck out, considering all of the stupid fucking bullshit that Andrew Cuomo was pulling with the Islamophobia, with the now parroting fucking white nationalist fucking talking points, talking about diversity can be a weakness because of all of the fighting that was incentivized by the fucking by like a bunch of like people of different races intermingling with one another. This is an explicitly fucking white nationalist fucking talking point, and you want to be like the mayor of one of the most fucking progressive, diverse fucking cities on the planet? Dog, why would you fucking say that? Are you insane? That's a rhetorical question. Yeah, you are fucking insane. So, I'm very, very curious to see. And he fucking rage quits. And has been doing, like, super racist, like, dog shit, like, AI ads as well. He's not ingratiating himself with people whatsoever. And he, like, tries to walk back from all this stuff. I think he tries to walk back from those in this interview himself, saying, like, well, I have no part in that. It's just like, dog, you paid for those AI fucking companies to make those AI ads for you. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You paid for that shit. So, yeah, you probably did know. Like, cope and seethe about it. But what do we have here?
Election day is just 3 days away, and one of the most closely watched contests is the New York City mayoral race between New York State Assembly member and Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani and former Governor Andrew Cuomo running as an independent, and Republican Guardian Angels founder Curtis Sliwa. Recent polling shows the race tightening slightly, but Mamdani still leads Cuomo and Sliwa by double digits. Joining us now is former New York Governor and New York City mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo. Governor, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I want to start right there. We're 3 days out from folks finishing voting here in your city, and I'm curious what you and your campaign are going to do at this point to convince people to change their minds. We're looking at all of these different polls.
He's gonna go to Florida. He's gonna leave because his ass is gonna get beat.
Including a poll that your team sent that still has you 6 points behind. So what are you going to do at this point to change folks' minds?
Yeah, thank you for having me. First of all, 6 points is nothing, especially in these polls. And the polls in this race have been wrong from day one, but 6 points is nothing. It's almost.
Oh, you want to know how you talk? Like how you know this guy's incredibly fucking Trumpian now? When he's talking about not him being a dog shit fucking candidate that nobody fucking likes or wants, but just blaming the fucking polls. This is the exact like. Him and Trump are like two peas in a fucking pod. Very, very fucking similar. There's a reason why he desperately went to Trump to try to get fucking help in his pathetic little bid.
Margin of error. And what we're seeing is an unprecedented... Yes, I said it's almost the margin of error. What we're seeing is an unprecedented turnout of votes. That's why I would take all these polls with a grain of salt. I think you're going to have an historic turnout of New Yorkers, which is good. The more voter participation, the better. But it's also simple.
Yeah, but it's not good for you, buddy, because I'm going to tell you right now, the people that are being driven out to vote are by the army of fucking volunteers. I think that Zohran Mamdani has. I think his volunteer corps, was last time he said, in some separate interview, about 100,000 fucking volunteers. 100,000 volunteers is insane. That's so many fucking volunteers. And he said he wanted to like knock on 200,000 doors in about 24 hours. Oh, that's so easy with 100,000 fucking people. Easy fucking clap. Each person just has to do 2 fucking doors. Done. That's 200K. It is incredible, dude. Like, genuinely.
Of how concerned New Yorkers are about this election and the city
Oh,
and the
I'm
state of the
sure.
nation, frankly. So I've been obviously going all across the city. They are concerned about public safety. They want more police on the streets, affordability, more affordable housing. The only way to do that is to get government to actually build more affordable housing and stabilize the economy. Corporations have been leaving New York. People have been leaving New York, and they want to know that New York has a
Yeah, because everyone definitely wants the corporations to return in order to just, I don't know, get more fucking tax cuts that they have to fucking pay for. Very, very cool, Andrew.
and that we're getting those companies and those people back.
Governor Cuomo, I'm glad you mentioned public safety, affordable housing. These are things that, as mayor, you're going to have to work with.
By the way, it's all-time crime low within fucking New York. There's like no fucking crime wave that's happening right now. In fact, the only people that are bringing in a fucking crime wave tends to be a lot of fucking white-collar crime from fucking Eric Adams specifically when he let in Trump's ICE Gestapo fucking freaks into the fucking goddamn city, disregarding the sanctuary city laws, and it's just like, well, you know, go fuck yourselves. We're just going to start arresting a bunch of people because the president promised me a pardon from my corruption case. So, well, time for ICE to go around and start rounding up people.
The governor of the state in order to get a lot of the things that you want done, not to mention, you know, getting things from the state in terms of the budget. You and Governor Hochul used to be your lieutenant governor. She is now the governor, and she has endorsed your opponent. Do you think you will have a good working relationship with the governor to bring home the bacon to the Big Apple for the people of New York City if you become the governor? I'm sorry, if you become the mayor.
Yeah, I know. So it's confusing, Jonathan. I'm with you. The first short answer is yes, as you said. Kathy Hochul, I selected as my lieutenant governor. I served with her. We have a nice personal relationship, a good professional relationship. Public safety really is in the purview of the mayor. How many police officers you hire? I want to hire 5,000 more police officers. Mayor Adams says we need 5,000 more police officers. Commissioner Tisch, New York City Police Commissioner, says we need 5,000 police officers. So that's within the mayor's purview, and that we can do. Affordable housing, yes, you have state funding. You also have federal funding, by the way, which is the mainstay on housing. But it's up to the city to actually get the housing built and sited and financed, et cetera. But on the bringing home the bacon, that is always the $64,000 question. And it's between the state and every city, right? As governor for 11 years, I got the budget balanced on time every year. Hasn't been done since. I had to make a budget deal with Buffalo and Rochester and Syracuse and New York City. My advantage is I know what the state can do. So I know I'll know the budget from both sides of the table, if you will. We want our fair share from New York State. New York City is the economic engine for New York State. The state needs the city to do well. But I also,
yeah, except when you when Bill de Blasio asked for the funding necessary to freeze the rent in a bunch of fucking rent-stabilized apartments during COVID. Yeah, you decided to make a rather big fucking stink about that for no reason, while New Yorkers were barely able to fucking afford their rent during fucking COVID, Andrew Cuomo. That's a little interesting, and made as much of a fucking stink as possible when Bill de Blasio tried to do fucking universal pre-K within New York as well. So it's just like, again, it's one of those situations where it's just the only reason why Andrew Cuomo wants to be mayor of fucking New York is to not improve the material conditions on the fucking ground. In fact, he just wants to make everything fucking worse. Like, that's all that he's there for. Because, again, quick reminder, when he was governor, he created something called the Independent...
Bro, can you close the door? It's kind of...
Oh, no, what...
Can you keep it down a bit?
I was not expecting that. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That scared the fuck out of me, bro. I didn't even think I was being that loud. Alright, let me be a little more quiet. Jesus. Oh, what was I taking? What was I talking about? Independent Democratic Commission. Right. So as governor, when Andrew Cuomo was in power, right, he had something called the Independent Democratic Commission, or IDC, or whatever. It was basically, I think it was about like 8 or 9 or 10 Democrats that he would always have vote with the fucking Republican Party. And why would he do that specifically? And the reasoning for that is because of the fact that he decided to be like, oh, okay, I just basically do not want to pass any progressive legislation within the state legislature of New York. And if it means that I don't have to do any work and not pass anything, because it's a Democratic supermajority state, New York. If the Democrats want to pass something, they'll pass something. They don't give a shit, right? Like, they can pass anything. So Andrew Cuomo, since he is not a progressive, he's a fucking conservative, he will literally do anything possible in order to not pass any fucking progressive legislation, because he hates people. I'm gonna be honest, he just fucking hates people. It's incredible, dude.
The state can do relative to the overall context. So I think that gives me the advantage.
Governor, I want to ask you about a moment you just had that reminded me another moment in 2008 when Senator John McCain was at a town hall when a supporter called Barack Obama an Arab, and she told him that she couldn't trust Obama. McCain responded immediately. He took the microphone back and he said, "No, ma'am, he's a decent family man, a citizen that I happen to have disagreements with sometimes." He was obviously widely praised for that moment. It was a moment of moral leadership. Last week, you were on Sid Rosenberg's show when he said Zohran Mamdani, when he talked about Zohran Mamdani, and he said, "God forbid another 9/11 happens. Can you imagine Mamdani in the seat? He'd be cheering." You laughed. You said it was another problem. And then the very next day, Mayor Adams stood next to you and warned about Islamic extremism if Mamdani wins. And you stood there and you nodded along. You've now had a week or so to unequivocally condemn these remarks.
Yeah, and he basically just said if there's another 9/11 within, or the Sid Rosenberg dude said, if there's another fucking 9/11 that happens in New York, I better hope that Zohran Mamdani's not going to be in power, implying that for whatever reason, if Zohran Mamdani is in power if there was another fucking giant terrorist attack, that he's not going to help. That's very fucking weird. Like, it's genuinely insane.
Will you do so right now on camera? And why didn't you have your John McCain moment?
Well, John McCain I have, may rest in peace, a total respect for. If a supporter of mine said that, I would have said exactly what John McCain said. I was on a radio show with a radio commentator who made that comment as a joke or laughing as he said it. But he was not my supporter. He's a radio commentator. I don't normally, and I don't think normally we hold elected officials or politicians to correct a comment from a journalist.
Right. Oh, well,
I don't remember. I don't believe the mayor.
The dude's a fucking podcaster. What? He said that, like, if 9/11 happens again within New York, that if Zohran Mamdani is in power, he's not gonna do shit about it. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
And excuse me, I don't believe Mayor Adams ever said that, unless I missed it, but I don't believe Mayor Adams ever said that Mamdani was an Islamic extremist. I don't believe he said that.
No, but he warned about Islam.
No, he warned about Islamic extremism. He didn't say that Zohran Mamdani was an Islamic extremist, because that would be pretty racist. But no, I think he literally said that we can't have New York become like Europe, implying that because of all the Syrian refugees that immigrated over through Turkey into Europe during the Syrian refugee crisis at 2014, like that all of a sudden there's going to be this like huge wave of migration of like Syrian migrants or Islamic sort of jihadist extreme. I don't know. It's genuinely like one of those talking points where it's just like you think about it for like 3 seconds and you're just like, bro, what? Okay, man.
Ask you point blank here. I mean, my question in my words, do you condemn Islamophobic comments about Zohran Mamdani unequivocally?
100%. 100%. I condemn Islamophobic comments, anti-Semitic comments, racist comments, bigoted comments, anti-Italian.
Wait, one second there. Andrew Cuomo. AI ad. Yeah, he condemns all the anti-Italian ads, of course. And all these like dumbasses are saying it's such a good ad. I mean,
social give everyone a fair shot.
Zohran Mamdani's opponents want you to believe he's an inexperienced radical whose policies will make New York City more dangerous. But what do his actual supporters?
Are you sure you condemn anti-racist shit, Andrew Cuomo? I don't know about that one, buddy.
Comments, of course. You know, New York, as New York governor for 11 years, Attorney General, our diversity is our strength, but it can also be a weakness. So you have to work very, very hard to make sure you're always keeping people united.
Yeah, we already talked about why this is like the exact same shit that fucking white nationalists say, for fuck's sake. Talking about like, yeah, if you have an area filled with a bunch of different people and it's very fucking diverse, the idea that there's always going to be ethnic tensions as a result of that is genuinely fucking insane, dude. Like, why the fuck would you say that? Like, bro, just like, even though like every fucking economic indicator indicates that the exact fucking opposite. Same with like cultural indicators. There's a reason why New York City is like one of the most economically prosperous and culturally prosperous cities on the fucking planet. It's because of its diversity, little bro.
And there's always flare-ups among different races, religions, creeds for one reason or another. After COVID, we had hostility towards the Asian community. So yes, I've always been there to unify people, and I condemn and pass the strongest hate crime law in the United States of America, by the way.
Governor, I want to.
Dude on the bottom left. That pretty much says everything, dude.
Make sure and give you a chance to correct the record if you didn't mean to say. But some cases, diversity can also be a weakness. What did you mean by that?
Diversity can be a weakness if you have antipathy among groups, Jonathan. If you have racism or anti-Semitism, etc.
Why would you say this, man? Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, this is gonna do really, really well in New York City. One of the most diverse cities on the planet, bro. Holy shit.
Right. So then you have friction, right? Which we have had in New York. And so you have to work very hard to keep it as a positive and to make sure that it's not a negative and you have zero tolerance for any racism, any anti-Semitism, etc.
And Governor Cuomo, really quickly, I'm going to get in trouble with my producers just near let you go, but, you know, Democratic voters have been kind of clear since the 2024 election that they want fresh blood, they want non-establishment figures. You know, you are someone who's a former governor, long family history in the state of New York. I think, you know, it would be honest to say that you're a member of the establishment. Why do you believe that you would be the exception to the rule when we're hearing from Democratic voters, they want anti-establishment candidates?
Yeah, I get the general rule, Jonathan. We want fresh blood. We want a fresh face. I get it. New York City, the mayor is an important job, and people want to be safe. People want affordable housing. People want to see the economy working. And in New York City, you can have a major crisis at any given time. A couple of days ago was the anniversary of Hurricane Sandy. Big storm, 50 people.
I'm just gonna say this like real quick. Yeah, this dude on the top left over here was like shaking his head, saying like, "Oof." Because that was a rough answer on that fucking diversity can be a weakness, like diversity can be our strength fucking question. That was really bad, dude.
People died. I don't think they want a mayor who has no experience or ability to do the job. And Mamdani, literally, this would be his first real job, besides being a two-term assemblyman. Never managed anyone, and I think that is giving New Yorkers real pause. You know, in the city, it can be a scary city, as you know, Jonathan, and you want someone in that seat who can handle whatever comes up. Experience.
We've already talked about why the experience point is wholeheartedly irrelevant. Donald Trump had no experience in fucking politics. Enters in the race in 2016, no experience to speak of whatsoever, and he became the fucking president. So this idea behind experience being king for whatever fucking reason is stupid. It's just a dumb fucking point, bro.
Experience is not a bad thing, Jonathan.
Right. No, that's right. This is Jonathan now. It was Eugene who was asking you those questions, Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Oh, and he mixed people's names up. Jesus Christ.
Of New York, thank you very much for coming to the weekend.
That was a fucking disaster for Andrew Cuomo. And I think, like, he mentioned, like, Hassan Piker for, like, the third fucking time during his campaign, talking about, like, why won't the assembly member condemn Hamish Piker? And it's just like, why are you mentioning that, bro? What are you doing? Like, most people in New York are not going to know who Hassan Piker is. And if they do know who Hassan Piker is, they're going to be voting for Zohran Mamdani. So it's very fucking stupid, man. You know, talking about like, oh man, let's he won't condemn Hamas Piker who said fucking America deserved 9/11. Yeah, and it's just like, okay, bro, whatever. I don't know, like, do you want the guy who has the endorsement of both Trump and Andrew Cuomo, or the guy who's literally going to fight for you? That's really the ultimate question here. I guess there's also Curtis Lewa who's doing his best. Okay, he's doing his best. The Canary Motion video on DSA and Mamdani. I have no idea what you're talking about, Boy Meets Mini. But yeah, like, you should be asking yourself, if you're in New York, ask yourself this question: who do you care more about? The dude who's actually going to fight for you, or the dude who got, I don't know, endorsements from the boogeyman of the country? I know personally who you should fucking vote for, and that's Zohran Mamdani, someone who's actually going to fight for your fucking rights. So I don't think there's really much else to say besides, I still think that Andrew Cuomo's probably pretty cooked, dude. Canary mission video on DSA and Mamdani. What the I don't know what this means. I didn't think I was being loud. Well, I probably was being loud. I do tend to be very, very loud, I'll be honest. I feel kind of bad. I don't remember who this Andy... Nope, didn't want that. That was a quick meme. Wake up, New York. Genuinely fucking insane, by the way. I think this is, it's either him or Randy Fine who has been trying to, It's either him or Randy Fine who has been basically trying to get Zohran Mamdani denaturalized and fucking deported from the country. It's just like, okay, bro, that's not psychotic whatsoever. Both of them, I think. I think so. I don't remember. It's one of those things where it's just like, wow, that's fucking insane. Very, very weird. Okay. Trump disapproval rises to a record 63% CNN poll. Oof. Damn. That means all he's got left is the most ardent in his cult then. Those are the only people that are left. Oof, that's rough. That's or in the great words of Fire Lord Zuko. That's rough, buddy. All he has is Gen X, basically. Basically, yeah. Gen Xers. Those are the guys who most vote, like divorced dads types and shit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. When you said that's rough, I thought about Zuko, then you said it. Listen, Avatar The Last Airbender, it's a good show. Very good show. Well, anywho. Let's get started with this, the final fucking meme. So here's a really bizarre thing that sort of happened. I guess now the U.S. is going to go to war with Nigeria for some fucking reason. All in reference to, because he's lying here. Like when he says, like, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria, and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns a-blazing. Genuinely fucking insane. So I believe this is in reference to Boko Haram, which has been an issue within Nigeria for the latter part of about a decade or something. It's been a long, long time. Yeah, anti-conversion laws. He's okay with that. Whatever. Who cares? We'll get to why this is all fucking stupid to begin with. Because Trump doesn't believe in anything because he's an idiot. So we all know what exactly is like going on here. Like, he is a complete fucking dipshit, dementia-addled moron, and it's just like, what are you talking about? Like, the Nigerians, I think, have been consistently asking for aid to fight off against Boko Haram. Also, keep in mind, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Boy Meets Mini, I believe that Nigeria is a Christian country. That's the main predominant religion within Nigeria. It's Christianity. And then there's a Muslim sect in one of the regions of Nigeria who's been getting, like, systemically fucking discriminated against. And they're trying to do something about Boko Haram, like fighting against Boko Haram, the Nigerian government, that is. But the USAID cuts that he did through Doge basically cut off a lot of the food assistance and the aid that was needed for the Nigerians that they were using to incentivize people to not become radicalized terrorist fucking extremists. There's like a quote, Bell the Fifth Column mentioned this quote, and I think it was from General Mattis, or something. Some general within the United States of America who worked with Trump during his first term, during his administration, talk about like, well, now we have to start like stockpiling ammunition when it's like not necessary to start stockpiling ammunition. I've completely butchered the fucking quote, but basically it was the idea that if you decide to go after soft power and stop engaging in soft power, you make it more likely that hard power needs to be engaged with. Like that now you are forced to have to use military force in order to sort of help pacify an area or something. But I mean, the thing is what the cruelty is the point with these people. They don't give a shit. If they want to like bomb a bunch of random people, they'll just bomb a bunch of random people. Like alleged Venezuelan drug boat bombings have already been going on right now. So he doesn't really give much of a shit about that. I mean, whatever. It's incredibly ridiculous. To completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I like how this dude will like talk about the disastrous pullout of Afghanistan that he fucking negotiated, and then we'll talk about how like, I don't know, the wars are like really terrible. Like, you know, this guy loves to tout that he stopped 8 wars. Dubious, absolutely. That's just a lie. He didn't stop 8 wars. He likes to tout that he stopped a bunch of them, and then now he just wants to start a bunch of them. What, he wants to start one with Venezuela, now he wants to start one with Nigeria or something. I wonder who's next. Maybe somewhere in Southeast Asia or something. Who the hell knows? I'm hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet. Just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. Warning, the Nigerian government better move fast. I think he also designated the Nigerian government as a potential like nation of interest. I don't remember exactly what the term is, but basically like he gave a designation to Nigeria, talking about how they are starting to assess Nigeria as like a potential nation of problems or something. I don't remember the term, and typically that distinction is given to nations that are about to be fucking invaded by the United States of America. So rightfully the Nigerians were not very happy about that, saying like, why are you saying this about us? Like, if you give us fucking aid like you were before, then this wouldn't be as big of a problem. But you cut off the fucking aid, and the USAID through Doge with the cuts there, you cut that shit off. And now, like, all this fucking bullshit is happening. It's genuinely fucking insane. It's just like, dog, like, self-inflicted gunshot to the foot for, like, literally no fucking reason, man. Like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, it's insane to me. But it turns out that he said all of this because of a segment he saw on Fox News. Like, listen, if we've mentioned this before, how he's like dementia-addled, he's Grandpa Simpsoning out, he just starts yelling at fucking clouds, and it's just like, dude, what? Christianity is a predominant religion within Nigeria. They get treated fine. It's the Muslim minority that's having problem. Oh, we know he doesn't read those Pentagon memos. Oh, 1000%. If there's, I think this was even said in like the various books about the Trump first term, the first of his presidency, that if there aren't pictures or not the constant mentions of his fucking name, he dozes off and stops paying attention to them. He's like genuinely a fucking child. It's actually insane. And to Florida, so President Donald Trump was heading to Florida on Friday watching Fox News when he saw the network run a story on how Christians were being targeted by groups in Nigeria, two sources familiar with the matter. So yeah, Boko Haram, which has been in existence for a pretty long time now within Nigeria. It's been a problem because of the Muslim minority that lives in I think it's the northern parts of the fucking country, right, where they face a lot of systemic discrimination by the government of Nigeria, which is majority fucking Christian. It's fucking insane. Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria. Thousands of Christians are being killed. Radical Islamists are responsible for this mass slaughter, he posted, adding that, here we go, yeah, a country of particular concern under the International Religious Freedom Act. This is what it is. Country of particular concern. This is basically the distinction that the United States will give to countries that they might look at for military fucking action. So understandably that Nigerians are very, very fucking worried about this. White House official told CNN the president has been tracking this issue previously and has been thinking about truthing it out. You really should not be doing this on a fucking social media platform. This is very fucking insane, talking about how, we might be thinking about attacking this country or going after Christians or something. It's just like, all from a fucking Fox News segment. It's so fucking stupid. Nigeria has denied the accusations that both Christians and Muslims have been victim of attacks by radical Islamists in the country. That's true, right? Boko Haram is an incredibly fucking violent terrorist group, and they will violently take over towns and villages and areas within the fucking region in order to help gain power for themselves and whatnot. It's genuinely fucking insane. Yeah, possible action in Nigeria, including his telling potential U.S. boots on the ground, caught many by surprise, including the military, of course. Personnel within U.S. Africa Command, or AFCOM or something, that's what it's called? AFRICOM? Whatever. Were abruptly recalled to headquarters over the weekend following Trump's post on Saturday vowing potential military action in Nigeria. Two sources familiar with the situation told CNN. If I recall correctly, I believe there are it's either two or one drone base within Nigeria, and they use that mostly, for projecting power within the region. That's part of the reasoning, but also to help the Nigerians with Boko Haram with drone support, if I recall correctly. So, I don't know. I think he's just, it's grandpa dimensional, just rambling and nonsense from him. Like, he was watching Fox News, he saw like a Boko Haram segment. Fox News obviously was not being honest or truthful about it whatsoever, and then he just like takes it at face value, and it's just like, well, there's grandpa being a fucking idiot again. Post left many wondering what the president wanted the military to do. The sources said a small group of personnel with AFRICOM, which is based in Germany, were quickly recalled to discuss potential courses of action. Pete Hegseth said for Saturday the Pentagon was preparing for action. Remained unclear what the plans entail, though creating contingency plans for a range of scenarios to provide the president and Secretary of Defense is one of the primary functions of the military. It's common. President Trump was elected in a landslide victory. Didn't even win the majority of the vote, but yeah, sure, okay. And was one of the closest elections in history, but okay, sure. To accomplish his peace through strength agenda. I don't think boots on the ground in Nigeria is peace through strength. That just sounds like war to me. A pro-peace candidate, by the way, allegedly ended 8 wars. 0 for 8 on them. Yikes. Also, whatever happened to ending the Ukraine war on day 1 in the first 24 hours? Yikes. Yikes. Department of War stands ready to execute the Commander-in-Chief's direction. Reality on the ground. While Trump claimed a mass slaughter of Christians was underway in Nigeria, there exists more nuanced reality on the ground. Both Christians and Muslims, the two main religious groups in the country of more than 230 million people. I forget that there's a lot of people that live in Nigeria. It doesn't feel like that there's a lot of people that live in there, but a lot of people fucking live in there. I've been victims of attacks by radical Islamists, experts and analysts say. The Western African nation has grappled for years with deep-rooted security problems that are driven by various factors, including religiously motivated attacks. Yep, 1,000%. More people than Bangladesh. Really? That's fascinating. Observers say other violent conflicts arise from communal and ethnic tensions, as well as disputes between farmers and herders over limited access to natural resources. Masad Boulos? Whatever. Trump's advisor on Arab and African affairs told Nigerian media last month that people of all religions and of all religions and all tribes are dying, and it is very unfortunate. And we even know that Boko Haram and ISIS are killing more Muslims than more Christians. Well, that's a little fucking interesting. I thought a bunch more Christians were dying. Well, considering the fact, this should make sense statistically speaking, the area that Boko Haram and even ISIS, whatever ISIS affiliate, operates within the northern parts of Nigeria, where there is the larger majority Muslim population, a part of the Muslim minority that exists within there, it makes a lot of sense in my mind that there might be a lot more Muslims that are dying instead of Christians in that area. I don't know, it just seems like a fucking sort of numbers game. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Boko Haram is Sunni supremacists. They attack Shia communities. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense then. Yeah, it's Sunni Shia fucking division. So yeah, it makes sense that they're going after a bunch of Shias. That makes perfect sense to me. Nigerian government rejects claims that it is not doing enough to protect Christians from violence, saying it was bewildered by Trump's suggestion of potential military intervention. We are shocked that President Trump is mulling an invasion of our country. A Nigerian spokesperson, Abayu Onanuga, told CNN after the U.S. president instructed the Pentagon to prepare for possible military action. Genuinely fucking insane, bro. Within U.S. conservative circles, however, the situation in Nigeria has caused growing alarm. Trump himself raised the issue during a first-term meeting with then-President Muhammadu Buhari at the White House in 2018. We are deeply concerned by religious violence in Nigeria, including the burning of churches and killing and persecution of Christians. It is a horrible story, Trump said during a joint news conference afterwards. Okay, but the thing is that situation was, being somewhat handled, and then you decided to cut USAID and cut off a lot of the aid that the Nigerians were getting in order to fight against Boko Haram. So it's just Imposing Focus, thank you for the follow. Yeah. He is, exactly. He doesn't give a shit about any of these people. The only person who cared about the Christians in Gaza was Tucker Carlson, and he was using the Christians in Gaza purely as a fucking wedge in order to attack Israel and attack Jewish people. So fucking goofy. But anywho, what was I fucking saying? But thank you for the follow, Imposing Focus. I appreciate that, bud. Yeah, if we're just talking about statistically speaking, the northern parts of Nigeria, that's going to be a vast majority Muslim population, part of the Muslim minority. So Boko Haram are going to be killing those guys, and they are Sunni fucking extremists, so they're going to be killing Shia communities. Much more of those guys are dying in comparison to the Christians. Have Christians been dying in Nigeria by Islamic extremist attacks? Yeah, 1,000%. Absolutely. That's not no one is disagreeing with that fact. Nobody disagrees with that. But it really belies what exactly is going on the ground, and the fact that this is being made by a Grandpa Simpson moment where he hears on Fox fucking News of all places talking about oh yeah, I heard this thing on Fox News, so therefore it has to be true. So now we need to prepare for war. It's just dog? What? That's okay, bro. Nice fucking meme. Absolutely fucking cooked. Buhari said he had explained to Trump the security situation in Nigeria was more complicated than mere religious persecution, saying groups sometimes use religious violence as they pursued economic interests. Nonetheless, Trump designated Nigeria a country of particular concern 2 years later, citing severe violations of religious freedom. The Biden administration reversed the decision. Yeah, because there's no evidence to really indicate that the Nigerian government is restricting Christians from prayer and practicing their religion within Nigeria, in the majority Christian country with the majority Christian party that's currently in power. So why would they restrict Christianity? It's just fucking stupid. But yeah, like it's a pure grandpa fucking Simpson moment from this dumbass, and the fact that random fucking grandpa Simpson moments from Donald Trump, whose brain is definitely leaking out of his fucking ears, can potentially lead to war is fucking insane. I like, what else is there to really say about this besides old man shaking fist at clouds, listening to Fox News fucking segments, and then crafting policy out of that? And it's just like, okay, bro, like, nice fucking meme. So whatever, bro. It's so fucking stupid. Oh yeah, 1000% they're imposing focus. Yeah, he'll definitely fucking move on from this. It's just like he like had some like keys randomly fucking jingled at him, and then he saw this like Fox News segment, the keys were jingled, he's gonna pay attention to it, and then he's just gonna move on to the next thing, or honestly just anything to distract from the fact that his dumbass is in the fucking Epstein files. And yeah, like Trump definitely is going to ignore Sri Lankan fascists bombing Elam and Tamil churches in Elam or some shit, because again he's totally okay with like whatever fascist fucking violence, or he just doesn't really give much of a shit about that. But yeah, I think there's like no other way to put this besides Grandpa Simpson moment, man shaking fist at fucking clouds moment, and he's just a brain-addled fucking moron. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Yeah, I almost forgot to mention the fact that I think Trump now said he only is going to accept 7,500 refugees, and they're all going to be like white South Afrikaners. I think, wasn't there like some German AfD supporter bitch or some shit who also got let into the country as well? There's like a David Pakman segment on it or something. Because that's where I saw it, where some like a German girl got fucking let in. It's just like, dog, what the fuck? Why? Okay, bro. Very cool. It's just like goofy as fuck, man. Alright. Who the fuck are we rating out to today? Why don't we raid out to Riverboat Jack? Why not? Riverboat Jack, folks. Raid messages, dorks. Alright, you know what to do, you know what to say. Transstride with the Daho raid buff if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoWie with the Daho raid buff. That's how we show appreciation to those 19K's gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And I mean, it's gonna be a big day tomorrow. Zohran Mamdani election. We're going to be taking a look at what happens. We're going to see what happens. See if our boy has beaten Andrew Cuomo and it becomes the mayor of the city of cities. But yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. I do think he's going to win. Like all these like dumbass outlier polls and like the stupid Polymarket betting sites. Like complete fake bullshit nonsense. Like, I don't, like, yeah, dude. Very, very cool. Yeah, I think he's probably gonna win as well. Because Andrew Cuomo's just been, like, such an unlikable, miserable little wretch. It's just like, okay, bro. Nice meme. Anywho, I will be back tomorrow. More Factorio tomorrow. Obviously, improvements, retrofitting, blah, 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 blah. So that'll be fun. And reformation of planets and whatnot. In any case, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.